Welcome back, travelers. To give a quick recap of what we did last. You've been investigating the mystery of the disintegrating ship. A ship came into the port of Reese, and it had holes bored through it. And after a bit of investigating, you found that it seems that the Scotians are involved in some shady bit of smuggling or something like that off of the planet of Rejhappur, where the local small minor race of humans called the Hopperhani reside. You've been doing some digging around and investigating until eventually you came into contact with one shady individual known as the Comms Mystic. He is interested in getting his hands on one of these smuggled goods that the Scotians are pulling off of Rejhappur. And so he's offered you the biggest payday you've been offered yet on the guilty. 1.5 million credits. Having accepted this job offer, you've been given fake identities aboard a merchant cargo ship that the Scotian Deep Trading Company owns called the Shadavar. We find ourselves now aboard this ship. It has taken off recently from the high port over Rejhappur, and it's maintaining its position in orbit of the planet. In the morning, it will go down, land on the surface, and the team will be sent out to meet with the local Hopperhani and collect the Jaihi, a yellow coffee-like substance that the Hopperhani grow. It's their primary export in exchange for basic necessities. All of you have been given various roles around the ship. Moira, we'll start with you. You find yourself in a computer lab, essentially outside of engineering. While you're idling, your position, along with a team of other computer technicians, is to monitor engineering and let them know that everything is... Moira, you find yourself surrounded by computers in a lab outside of engineering. The team, as far as you're aware of right now, is to monitor engineering and let the engineers know if any of the systems fluctuate, if there's any divergences in protocol, anything that goes wrong in the systems. And then once you're in jump, you'll assist with small assistance with astrogation and navigation through space. But right now, you're kind of sitting, just watching some numbers flit around on the screen. But you do have a surprising amount of access to the system's files, as your cover is basically just one of the team for the technicians. There's this one scrawny little pencil neck man, Neelan Majors. He's your engineering and computers lead. And he's a nerdy and pompous little fellow, and he's walking around talking to all the technicians one by one. And annoyingly, you notice that he spends a longer time with the females than the males. He's making his way around to you. Be there in a moment.
I think Moira just has the normal stuff that she has up on her computer. She probably installed her own diagnostic software to just update her particular personal computer pad, so she would know if anything was going wrong and she could like get our people off, kind of thing. But beyond that, she's just doing the normal work that would be expected of her. She's not trying to show off or anything.
You feel a hand grab the back of your chair, and you look up and you see Neelan looking down at your computer. Well, so have you gotten everything set up? Are you comfortable here?
Yeah, boss. Everything's fine. Station's a bit small, but I used to work in a corp, so different types of wages and different types of money.
Oh, well, they all say that. When you're just starting out, I mean, I mean, those of us who have been here 15, 20 years, we get the larger desk in the corner with the back to the wall. You know how it is. You put in the work, you get the benefits.
Yeah, no, I know. I know it. I can't wait to put in the work. Speaking of which, I'm just looking at some of your systems here, and like, what's the last time you guys ran any sort of like background information, checking out your diagnostics? I've been just trying to make sure the ship's flying fine, and you're running on kind of shitty hardware.
Well, I don't know about shitty, but I mean it's. Well, what have you noticed? Is there any issues? You haven't found any security leaks or anything, right?
So while Moira spits out one of the most stupid technical pieces of dialogue about something that's not actually properly related, I would like to make a computer's check in the background. So she's just surreptitiously been doing this while she's talking to him, and I would just like to know all the details that I can about the ship, about how many times it lands, information involving the crew, anything that I can find out that I can pass along to the other members of the guild T for information purposes.
Sure, and you've got this man flustered on the back foot already. He's
Yeah,
looking at you
I figured
like
as much.
this new girl seems to know her stuff. You can make a computer's check, and he's just standing over you, like looking at the screen, looking at you, like, well, I mean, I I I, I don't think there's any real concerns about the security here. I mean, Captain Hebrick, he trusts me. He brings me along on the outing crew to go meet with the Haprahani and monitor the shuttle that picks up the goods. All of our tech is more than adequate for the job, I assure you.
Right, right. And then I think Moira just kind of like hits her button and a thing pops up on her computer screen being like, but I wanted to show you this screen. And she just shows him a very, very fake computer virus that she implanted into the ship that she's now going to get rid of for him, that she found.
Man looks like he's about to faint.
Like I said, my friend, I used to work corpo, and you'd be surprised what kind of people come through here. So I'll take care of this for you. I won't say anything. Just leave me be if you can. It's a little bit more nasty than I think you might be used to.
But you don't think this virus might have spread to the other vessels on the ship, do you?
No, that's why I'm searching and finding out. And if it did, I'll start quarantining, and we'll deal with it. But of course, as you're the boss and the leader, I'll make sure to tell you about anything that happens. Okay?
Oh, okay. Good work, excellent work. I'll be in touch. And then you see him scurry over to his desk with beads of sweat dripping down his face.
I think Moira just sends a general message out to the rest of the crew that you don't have to worry about her down in the engineering.
Moira, you get a decent chunk of information. One thing that might be a particularly note to you are maps of the general area of the Rejhappur surface. Topographic maps that the crew uses to plan their outings to meet with the Haprahani. You get a pretty wide area. It seems like a fairly good chunk of land.
All right. I think she stores all that kind of information, takes note of the routes that they've done and plots them out herself, and then takes that package of information and sends it across the internal network that she has established between her and the other people in the crew. Just the crew, though.
Sure, and something to think about by the time of the next morning is that you do need to, all of you collectively need to think of a plan to get yourselves off of the ship once you land. Seems like you need either special permission or otherwise figure something out to get off the ship. But you can think about and work on that as we move over. Foon and LeBlanc, you find yourselves standing at the entrance of the kitchen staff area with Tula and Armand looking nervous behind you as the entire kitchen staff area turns to stare at the four of you walking in.
Hello.
One man, he
I think I smell cooking meat. Who is being so cruel to it?
one man, he stands up and you can see that he seems to be, I don't know, a higher rank of chef. And he comes over and like looks at all of you. I don't remember there being any extra hires for the kitchen staff. Especially not in Aslan. We don't have any Aslan aboard the kitchen staff.
I
Hey, we
specialize
just
in
go where we're
tea.
told.
Tea. What is that? Some kind of thing that Runt or Hebrew requested?
It's like coffee light.
It's better than coffee. Coffee is sacrilege. Tea is the essence of life.
We call it Jai here, newbie. And you, tall man, what's your specialty? Why were you brought aboard?
I have no.
Armin comes up and like grabs LeBlanc's shoulder to stop him.
He's not a very good server, but he has really good dexterity. You should have him chop things for you. Just hand him a knife and let him go.
And then we've got these two. These are children. What are these, interns? I swear, they just really need to let me know
They're
about these kind of
cheap.
things.
They have to start learning somehow. I am glad that you'll be taking charge of them. They won't listen to me anymore. Foon winks at them.
Armin just like gives a tentative wave, and and Tula literally has not like smiled or barely even blinked this whole time. She gets in like a staring match with the chef for a moment before he turns away. All right, I suppose we'll find something for you to do. We're preparing a dinner for Jump. If you cut things, I suppose you can go cut things. There's a station over there where they're preparing vegetables. I suppose you can find some way to make your tea, and the rest of you start washing dishes or something. I know how to cook a little bit. You're an intern. You'll wash dishes. Tula is standing next to you, LeBlanc, and she looks up at you. I don't know how to cook.
Copy me.
Okay.
Foon is gonna take his time and make a tea roll though. And I have to do it based on
LeBlanc, you would make one too.
6 plus 1.
Yes.
Yeah, steward check, please.
Steward Dex,
Yep, please.
since it's knives.
Yes.
Oh, tea making.
Wow.
Food makes a very nice blend of tea, brings it over and presents it as if he was at not necessarily a tea ceremony, but actually a polite way to the chef.
And the kitchen staff is like watching you do this, and one of them shakes his head like, man, I can't believe the kind of privileges we allow Runt to have. And LeBlanc, you're over there, and you and Tula start, trying to chop up some vegetables. You're kind of not doing it very efficiently, and some of the staff come over and bother you about it. But you're not doing it bad enough that you cause a scene. So, they'll get you up to speed. Hamish.
I'll show Tula how to keep her fingers in so she doesn't cut her fingers off while she's slicing.
Oh, God. You didn't roll that poor dude.
And they seem to give Tula a little bit of leniency. Hamish, you're over in the medical quarters of the ship, and there's a small team of staff there. And when you come in, they're all standing in a circle, talking with each other, and they turn and look at you. There's a brief beat, and then one of them comes over and says, "Hey, you must be the new guy. I haven't seen you around here before."
Hi, and put out my hand to shake. Glad to meet you.
Yeah, nice. Hey, look, the usual doctor, he's feeling a bit under the weather. There's a guy in there we need you to check out. He just needs a bit of a check over before he disembarks on the planet. We're gonna be dropping him off, and he's gonna be leaving us after that. You mind doing that for us?
Sure.
Yeah, you're
Look
trained,
over at
right?
the rest. Yeah, look over at the rest of the group. Are they all kind of smirking?
You absolutely get the vibe that you were drawing the short end of the stick without drawing a stick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
Great. So we'll let you get to that then. Remember, it's just a quick checkup. Just give him a green light and let him know that he can get off the ship. Okay?
Yeah, yeah. And who am I going to see?
Oh, that's right over there. That's Paul Runt. He's with the Scotians. Bigwig. Something like that.
Okay, and who am I looking at then? Mr. Paul Runt.
If you pass by right outside the door, there's a little window. You spot a fairly short man. He's balding at a part of the back of his head. He's got a sharp face, and he looks a bit, what's the word, neurotic? He's fidgeting, looking back and forth, tapping his foot on the ground impatiently, and you can already tell by the slant of his brow that he is in a bad mood already.
Okay. So I'll step in.
Oh, finally.
Mr. Runt.
Oh, call me Paul, please.
Oh. Glad
Thank
to meet you,
you.
Paul.
Mr. Paul.
I believe you need a checkup.
I just, these procedures that you have on this ship, I'm already checked, okay? I'm with the Scotian Deep Trading Company. I've been doing this for quite a long time. I think I know my own business more than some ship doctors. Merchant
yes,
ship
sir, yes,
doctors, much less.
Yeah. I'll just give him a side look. Yeah, yes, sir. I understand. I'm new here, but I've been on ships like this before. I find it unnecessary too. So I'll just do some blood. We'll get you signed off and get you out of here.
Thank you. He looks at needles and he shivers.
Here. This is easy. I hate needles too. Quick little, a quick little epidural. Boom, done. Won't even feel it.
I don't see the point of all this. I got my shots and everything on the high ports 10 some years ago. I've come down to this surface many times to meet with the Haprahani. I have business to do out in the desert, and I just don't have the patience for this kind of thing anymore. Make it quick, please.
While he's doing this, I'll pull up a quick little epidural that will just, numb his arm slightly so I can do the needle. And explain to him, well, I understand, and, it is insurance liability things that, the captain gets all worked about, I'm sure. But then just do them real quick.
Hebrick's about to get fired. Oh, you didn't hear that from me. But it's just... he doesn't align with Scotian Deep Trading Company values.
No, that's good.
If you're new here, I'll give you the advice. Don't cozy up to him too much.
Oh no, I see. This ship works for the Scotians. The Scotians are where it's at, so I fully understand that.
It's where the bread is buttered. You seem like you have a good head on your shoulders. Just keep your nose where it should be, and make this quick.
Oh yes. Oh yeah, and I'll just do it as quick as I can. 0 pain is what I'm going for.
Make a quick medical check.
Okay. All right.
Yep, as quick as it can be. He squints his eyes and he keeps it squinted like he doesn't even notice that the needle's out already.
So you've been here several times before? I mean, I've never been to the planet. It sounds interesting. know where all the Jahi comes from.
It is interesting. The Haberhani are interesting, but they're not why I'm here this time. This time I'm out on a trek to the desert. It's
Oh,
quite a long journey. So I understand
long
why they
journey.
needed, why the, they want me to get this checkup and be extra sure about everything. You never know about these alien worlds, but still, it's just a pain.
Yeah, yeah. No, I understand entirely. So, so a different. Well, if you need a medic. I mean, do you have a medic assigned to your team, or are you
Hmm.
going on your own?
He pulls out his comm and scrolls through it. I think we have some basic medic training. Why? What are your credentials?
Oh, I've hopped starships for a while, so I've seen a bit. Never been here before though. So never met the Haparani.
That might be a good experience for you then. Tell you
Oh, I'd
what,
love that.
I didn't even feel that needle. Maybe you do know your stuff, and I don't trust any of my men that give me a shot like that if I need it. We'll see. What's your name again?
Did I have a cover name?
You can make one up if you want.
Yeah. Dalton
McCoy.
Brown. No. Dalton Brown.
No, okay, Dalton. Well, I'll put you down here, and we'll talk.
Sure.
When the
I would love to.
when we touch down, I plan on accompanying the captain along with his shuttle over to meet with the Haprahani and collect the Jahi. From there, I'll be disembarking along with my team. Maybe you can come and get some work experience.
Oh, I would greatly appreciate that, and I'll keep my distance from the command staff too. So
Yeah, see that you do.
I will.
Good. You might have a future with the Scotian Deep Trading Company, my man. And he stands up
thank
and, pats you on the shoulder. Am I done here?
Yes. Have a good day.
And he walks his way out. And the staff just kind of you see one nurse as he's leaving literally sticks her tongue out at him. All right.
I'll go ahead and run his blood too. See what his health actually is.
He's got high blood pressure. If you couldn't tell. He's basically a cocktail of vaccines, immunizations, things to steady his nerves, catch a little bit of alcohol in there. Little mess of a man. All right. And lastly, Yadir, you've been assigned to the security staff, and you will find that after you've been suited up in the standard outfit of the ship staff, along with a little helmet, that the team of security will gather along the bridge as a initial meeting with the captain and the head of security. And the captain walks up and down the line of the security staff, looking each of them in the face. It's good to have you aboard. It's good to have you aboard. Hello, everyone. I am Captain Ton Hebrick. You will be under my direct command as long as you are serving upon this ship. If there's any concerns with any staff, any issues with anything that you find, just notice anything out of place, please come and let me know. And as he passes you, dear, he kind of pauses and stops, and then he turns and faces you. You've got a solid build. Interesting eye color. Where are you from?
Yadir kind of looks up at the man and he goes, "I'm from a far off planet out in the fringes. I grew up on multiple worlds, so to call one my home be kind of hard."
Well, we get all sorts, especially on merchant ships. I take it you're new. He like scans his logs. Probably one of these new staff they've hired on. They just seem to change every single time they make port. Uh, any concerns? Anything you would like to talk about first? I want to make sure you're comfortable for your journey here.
So, out of game, did anything happen with Yadir that he would be on edge?
Not really.
Okay. So Yadir just goes, no, I have not noticed anything that particularly draws my attention or worry.
Good. Good. Like I said, you'll be answering directly to me and the head of security for your shift here. And if I can give you some advice, he leans in, since you're new here. The Scotians, they are very picky about the ones that they keep aboard their ships. If you don't want this to be your only trip with us, then I recommend that you avoid the Scotian agents. There's a few on here, and particularly Mr. Runt. You'll see him. He's a little balding, neurotic little man. Just keep your distance from him. Don't cause a scene. We've had a few incidents before.
Is Runt a dangerous man?
He is the opposite of dangerous, but the ones that back him, very dangerous. And it's more just your employment status, unless you only plan on being with us for this one trip. But I'd hate to lose a strong-built man like yourself.
I'll do my best to not cause scenes.
Good. Very well then. He looks at the rest of the line. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, could I do a real quick detect surface thoughts on this man, just to see, like, when he was talking about the I almost called him the Runt, but Mr. Runt, like what kind, like when he said that the guys he worked for are powerful and all that.
Yeah, roll it.
Yeah. Let's see if I remember how to roll. Nope.
Slash in front of the R.
Yep, I got it. I got it now.
Shielded. So as he turns away from you and begins walking down the line, he stops. And he turns his head ever so slightly, and you can see, the corner of his eyes turn to look you in the face. And he meets your eyes for a moment.
I do have my mimic up of John Smith in his life, so.
You don't detect any return, but he meets your eyes for a couple of moments. And then he turns back down the line and continues his talk to the rest of the soldiers.
Oh shit, son!
Once
Can
they
I make a real quick? Oh, sorry, can I make a real quick visual check? Does he have any external? Looks like maybe implants onto his skull that might be giving him the shielding.
I'll give you that one for free. He does not seem to be. He's got short hair, and you can get a pretty good look at his full head, close up, and as he turns, you don't notice anything implanted.
With the implants, they wouldn't detect the probe, would they?
Oh no,
So
that's
the fact that
it's
he
very
reacted-
yeah. Scions are kind of vague when it comes to like the other tech,
All
so
right.
it could be that maybe if he did have some cybernetic thing, maybe it could help him to know if he's pinged. But I'm guessing this
So-
guy is probably a natural born psyker.
As the meeting finishes and many of the staff begin disembarking and not disembarking but leaving the bridge, after the head of security passes out, he actually calls after you. A moment, if you will.
Yadir, aka John Smith, walks over to the man.
You're John Smith, is that correct, according to this log?
Yes.
You seem to show a certain aptitude that I don't find in many of my men. I'm assuming that you've passed the uh, loyalty check that the Scotians tend to do before the staff get hired on here. So instead, I'd like to give you a little bit of work experience. Are you familiar with the Haprahani at all? I'm sure they've given you the briefing and during the training. They're many of them, much more than the ratio of humans, are psionic. We tend to bring along those that relate. Is that something you're interested in?
Didier kind of like looks kind of hesitantly. Because again, the man was speaking very casually about psionics and implying a lot that Didier is probably psionic. So to openly admit he is could be like a trap. Damn. Didier, he kind of like, he goes, I'm always welcome to learn new things. And of course, I have passed the preliminary exams and tests, or else I would not be working here, would I?
Well, that seems to be the case. We'll give you some work experience. Tomorrow morning, our shuttle will be heading down to pick up the Jahi from the Habrahani locals. Why don't you make yourself present in the hangar, and we'll figure something out for you. If that works for you, you're dismissed.
Didier kind of gives a nod and a step back, and then turns around to leave the situation.
You can feel his eyes boring into the back of your skull.
Don't need to be a sign for that.
And this is pretty much how the day goes for most of you. As the day in orbit passes by and things get situated for the ship to touch down, later on in the day, you can find yourselves all around the halls or inside the canteen of the ship. The crew is eating. Some of them are picking at sloppily chopped onions and wondering what happened. However, all of you find yourselves together for the most part. If anybody would like to talk about anything or meet up.
Yeah, I think Moira's been maintaining that text chat log, like our group chat, making sure that people are like doing their check-ins, and at one point she asks people to meet.
Boone is going to be struggling with doing the chat log, and sometimes enters random or tea recipes and tea ideas in this chat log.
Amazing.
Because that is his problem. He also is trying to come up with his name because he noticed everyone else is using a fake name. So he's been posting different names. So somebody just has to start using one and then he will stick with it.
All right, well, when everyone's kind of gathered, I think Moira kind of looks around and goes, well, I think I have a way to get myself on the planet, but I'd like to hear if anyone else has had better luck. I don't have anything confirmed, but it'll involve me lying a lot and potentially inserting a virus into the computer that makes them think that there's a station on the planet that's broadcasting and stealing information, so I can go check it out. But I'm going to be planting a virus on the ship and then saying that I found it. So.
Oh, so normal.
Yeah, pretty much. That's usually the way that I make commissions off ships. But...
I am starting to understand females. They are tricksy.
Well, I wouldn't say all females are tricksy. I'd more want to say I'm tricksy because I'm tricksy.
Okay, our clan females are tricksy.
Yes.
Sure, yeah. I would say Tula might qualify as well. But again, did anyone else have any more luck than I did?
I take it
Wash
we're
your dishes all
are we
day.
alone right now?
You can all like huddle together over a canteen table or something like that. Out of earshot
Mm.
of other people.
Gotcha. Yadir will just kind of be like, I have ingrained myself with the local security chieftain here, although a slight ordeal has come up that I believe this man to be psionic, and I believe that he suspects myself to also be psionic. I do not yet know his true intentions with that information, but I will continue to proceed with caution.
How the fuck did you? You know what? Actually, when we're not so open, yeah, I would like to you to explain how that happened. Did you have like a brain battle? And it's not for right now. Anyone else? Because that's good, but like that's one of us.
But if if we get near him, he can read us, and we won't know.
I don't mind if he reads me. We can talk about tea.
It would be a problem
Mm.
if he got into my head.
I would recommend that if you find yourself around this man, I do not know his power levels yet. Shielding is the most simplest and basic thing that someone can do. Some say it comes naturally, almost like a byproduct. I would recommend that if you are around this man, he is the chief of security, to actively think of anything other than what's your true purpose here. It could be something as simple or something complex, but to fill your head with noise, almost.
Uh,
Okay.
so I should think about tea.
Just
Yes.
be
That's what you-
normal, Spoon.
Hmm.
Remora, I met some Scotian exec, probably mid-level manager, really. And he's going out on a special mission to the desert. I think he's the one we want to be with.
Who is this man?
Paul Runt.
You see, like, Yadir's, like, kind of like eyes, like, flicker a little bit. He goes, the chief of security warned me of that man. He said that he was a man with powerful connections, that he was not to be trifled with.
I can see that. I know the med crew didn't like him at all. So,
Perhaps there is a stigma that he has either been cruel to the other workers or the fact that the company that he works for has so much influence that they dare not mess up.
it's probably both. He did let slip. Probably on purpose. That the captain isn't long for command of this ship.
Did he explain why?
Nope. But I have a feeling he doesn't like the captain or the command crew.
Which would include the chief of security in this case.
That
Well,
explains why he told me to avoid him.
Given the medics' overall response to him, I mean, they stuck me with a basic physical.
If the captain isn't long for this ship, should we try to make sure that the captain isn't murdered by this guy?
Oh no, it's not
I-
going to be that.
From what I was told, this runt is not so bold as to be that forward with killing. I assume this is much more as he kind of like gestures to more as Moira's world, where people fire and outbid each other with coin.
Just a pretty normal power takeover here. Likely, like they say, it's just Runt has decided that he wants to be captain. For whatever reasons, he thinks he's more appropriate, and he has the backing and the individuals behind him. It doesn't even matter if he is or not. It's about his connections and who he knows.
I think the impression I got was Tim and the captain must have had a square off at some point.
Well, no, I'm sure.
Not
I'm sure.
necessarily that once this, he just, it's petty revenge.
Look, there's always going to be a rivalry between the away team and the home team, and if a captain got burnt sitting on a planet side for too long, maybe something came by. You never really know. I've been on plenty of ships where you sat waiting for someone to return, and you had to take off hot release. We happen to have a very very good pilot who's very good at it, so we've gotten away with it a lot more than most people do. But
Wow.
leave it hot is not what you really want to do at any point. And I'm sure heads could have knocked, but
Well, all we got here is there's a bit of rivalry, so we might be able to use it.
no, absolutely. But like I said, and Moira just kind of glances around before sending you guys the basic information packet on your tablets. You can look at that when you want. That's my current sketch. It's pretty simple. The program will basically throw up a fake false flag on the planet, saying there's something that's been following the ship for a while. They obviously don't want that to be happening with the Scotia Trade and Deep Company, so I can volunteer my services, saying that I was the one that found it, and I can go out so that the little baby boy who is trying to get fast with me down in the computer room doesn't have to take, any sort of heat for it. It'd be pretty easy to tell him that I'll go take care of it, because he knocks off 2 bad stones at once. Somebody he doesn't want in his computer room, and someone who might actually be able to save his hide. So, but that's just for me. And
That leaves 4 of us.
Aye, and if we're just talking runt, I'm sure I'd be able to sneak in on it. But as some sort of computer expert looking into it, I can also falsify some sort of document. We're fairly close to Kaladin here, so I might be able to make some sort of security badge for other people, say that they're here on a mission, so to speak. But
So
I don't want to get ahead of myself.
So how do we get Tula, Armand, and LeBlanc and Thune down?
Well, that's the question. How did the kitchens go? Did you guys do well, or like?
They
I will-
enjoyed my
nobody-
tea.
And nobody got killed when we were cooking.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
wash dishes. That's a plus. I'm not getting paid for any of this, so that's great. I don't have any other ideas. I mean, it's not like the kitchen staff are often taken off to meet the Haprahani. Although I think the head chef goes and inspects the tea.
Yeah,
Or, not
I
the
was,
tea, I'm sorry, the jahi. Sorry, I have tea on the brain. You can understand why.
I was thinking we might be able to get Foon down as, maybe have the doctor pull the cook as the chef as being sick, and we get them to send Foon as a replacement, and the 3 of us can go to Carrie. I think it's too
Because
late
I will
to
need
try
a
to convince.
full tea set, and obviously I will need that many people to carry all the delicate natured items.
It's
Although I have
jahi,
to find a
Foon.
full
Don't
tea
talk
tray.
about
Jahi
tea
set
here.
Foon.
Remember,
Jahi set Foon.
exactly.
Jahi.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then maybe if that doesn't
Jahi.
work out, Moira, maybe you prepare those ID cards just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'll be working.
Jahi? I don't think I can do Jahi.
The program that I have, like legitimately, those people in the computer room won't be able to break it before we're out of here, so it'll take them a while, and it's fairly simple. So I'll just put it together, and then I can start working on those determinations. Hamish, if you've ever seen any sort of security forces or any sort of badge or any sort of thing that I can find, I can't get access to the Caledonian networks from a ship flying above Rejhappur. I would need the same weeks that they would take to crack us. So if you can think of anything, like when you were walking around town, did you ever see something? Just think of a symbol, anything that jumps to mind to make it a little bit more credible.
I mean, my corporation, I knew the security badges from that.
Yeah, I'm more looking for like an actual security force, considering the
Actual
fact that.
government.
Well, look, I was thinking, and she kind of glances towards you, dear. Considering the fact that our boy already did his version of getting spotted, we might be able to swing that into him being an agent, right?
My identity is still fine. It's
No,
just
I'm aware,
Mm.
you dear, but someone is aware that you can do the same things they can do to a degree, and that can be used. We can turn that to our advantage, and show them that maybe there's more going on, and maybe you are sent on this ship, you dear, and you have a retinue, and that retinue is us.
So you're saying that I need to portray myself as portray myself as someone with connections?
More or less, you wouldn't say that you're actually the big brain that you are. You would simply say the reason that you noticed what you did is that we are a team that has been sent here, and there are certain things that you are not allowed to know because we're very close to Caledonian space, and it wouldn't be that hard to sell the idea that they have sent a team to look into what or might not be happening with this disappearing, rusting material. This is serious stuff, folks. If this got into the actual principality, it could do unbelievable amounts of damage.
No.
That's risky.
Billions.
I mean, on the one
Trillions.
hand, that could get us all in the planet in one shot. But let's just hope that the captain is a reasonable man.
Aye, and that's the thing.
Also, I do not know enough. I can falsify and bluff and twist minds, but I do not believe I know enough about Caledonian politics to sell that. He kind of looks over at Hamish.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one.
Would
I'm
you
asking them.
have to know that much about it?
I do not know.
I mean,
I mean,
You would
Press for
have to
questions.
you would have
You
to
can-
speak in not even half truths. It's just obliquely. Never. That type of operation would always be shadows, and nothing is ever actually said. Very corporate,
And
ironically.
and the reason that I'm suggesting it is with the fact the captain is unhappy with this Runt fellow. If we were to present this idea to him, we might be able to sell it as, "We will look after dear Paul Runt," as he heads out to look after the individuals that we also want to look into for our own reasons. But it suffice to say, the captain already wants someone to be an eye on him, so we might be able to sell it as, "We're your eyes, and we are already here on behalf of a very powerful government entity that we shall not be talking about out loud in front of many people because it's bad for business, as he should know." He bloody flies a ship in Rejhappur, folks. He's close enough to the Principality to know what happens if you fuck with the Caledonian government.
Maybe if the Caledonians
Well,
find an
this
issue
is
with
insane.
Runt and what they're doing on the planet, maybe the captain gets to keep his job.
Yeah.
That's a very good point as well.
So Marla,
I'm just saying,
Maybe we
I
can
can
make
make the
it to where
documents.
they find. Maybe we can make it to where they find a problem with Runt.
well, but this is going to have to be dirt. We need Runt to. He knows where he's going. I don't think anyone else does.
So, like I said,
Yeah,
the
but
captain sends us along as
No,
not
yeah,
a shop,
Captain sends us along.
as helpers / secret chaperones.
Could you drop into LeBlanc's or even Armin's background profiles that they've actually been desert survival or something like that?
Oh yeah, of course, that's simple. There's no way they're going to have any actual background information on the two of them. Anything they can look up, I'll have fabricated and be spread out to the internet.
So why don't we drop some of that in so it would give a reason that they might be assigned.
All right. I like this. I'll start working on this right away. I'll take my food down to an area of the lab or to my bunk, wherever they're setting me up, and start working. Just make sure people don't disturb me, please. It's going to be a lot of work.
No. Yeah, desert survival, what? Language maybe or something, or... Yeah, he'll work it. I'm going to go down to the med bay.
Desert
And again,
survival,
I don't need to make
experience.
things up because I can simply tell them real truths that are the things that aren't going to get us, in trouble. We happen to have someone who has actual surprising amount of piloting skills, and we can just say that, I can hint at things and make them appear a lot more shinier than maybe a profile we'd be looking at in the first place.
Sounds good.
Well, let's try to get something put together by tomorrow morning then.
Yeah.
And Moira disappears, like, immediately from the table, giving everyone a nod and taking her food with her.
I need to go do a couple of things in the med bay.
I need to go figure out what Chahi is supposed to be like.
I'll help Foon with that.
Good luck.
Don't worry,
Just
Foon. We'll
watching
make
food
you
gag.
we'll make you a Jahi expert by tomorrow morning.
Oh God.
Okay, I'm gonna
So bitter.
roll a bunch of things because Spoon is gonna be trying to make it taste good to him. And I'm giving myself a minus. What is a good minus to give for this?
I mean, I would call it a bane, honestly, if you're gonna go that far.
Alright, a bane. Roll 3, drop. What is it? How do I do that?
And Armin's like in the kitchen with you, like his arms crossed, like, you don't actually need to like the stuff, Foon. We just need to go and pretend that you
But
like
I need to know how to pretend to like it.
Foon, think
Every
of
time he's trying to make it, he's like gagging. At
here's
the
how you
smell.
pretend. Think about the 1.5 million credits you get for pretending that you like it.
Foon is
You don't
like,
understand money. You don't understand
I
money.
don't
What am
get
I even
that.
doing?
How many teas does that make?
More than you could carry, Foon.
Hmm.
Soon you could buy enough grenades to fill your quarters.
Oh,
This might
and
be worth
fill
it.
and fill Hamish's quarters with tea, and have money and have more left over.
All right. So,
All right.
Foon, you're gonna be
I'm
taking
gonna
care
roll
of
the.
that and see if you can force yourself to
What's the
pretend to like tea.
what
Mm.
is the drop? Is there? I know that there was a way to do it.
Just do 3d6 and then just count it manually
Mm.
if you don't know it offhand.
Fine.
Okay. Hamish, what are you doing in the med bay? Anything important?
I need something I can infect the chef with to make him ill.
That's really messed
Amazing.
up.
Just not dead.
No, not
just
you. I'm talking about what Foon just rolled. All right, yeah. So that's an 8 plus 1, a 9. So Foon,
Yeah.
you spend some time in the kitchen, even against your better instincts with this bitter coffee substance, and you and Armand work through the process of making you not scrunch your face up when you drink it, so that you can at least pretend in some viable way. All right. Hamish, if you want to make a medicine education check,
Okay.
try to find something that you might be able to slip to the chef.
Yeah. Ooh.
You think you can pull something together? Pretty
All right.
well stocked, fresh new med bay.
Good. And I'd also like to take a couple of hours to look at those blood results
All right.
to see, because since he's been so pumped full of stuff, see what innocuous items could be added to tip him over the edge.
Oh, sure. You think a bit of stimulants might drive him off an edge. Be creative. But anyway,
Okay.
Moira LeBlanc, Udir doing anything?
I think Moira's gonna
Yes.
be doing those computers checks, but I can do those whenever you want me to.
All right, you can make those, and we can see. This is for what exactly are these checks for?
All right, so Moira is going to be creating a rough profile for each one of the crew members that I can display to the captain and the chief of security once we grab Yadir and bring them all in. It's basically going to declare Moira as the technical agent on this one team, and she'll be giving the briefing to basically go over why they are actually here and explain, some of our interest in Mr. Paul Runt and the Caledonian government's interest in him, and how we would be ever so grateful if this was kept hush hush, and if we would be given the ability to act as his helpers, essentially assigned to him. He needs new chefs. He needs a medic. He needs a computer expert. He needs us, and we are going to. I'm just creating this little, not like a PowerPoint presentation, but the closest thing a dark government agency would have to that, because I'm going to go in there all smiles giving this talk, and it's just going to be, yeah, you should be helping us, because you know why.
That's going to be an interesting conversation. All right, you can roll that.
Yeah, Moira has
And
pretty high deception checks, so I'm hoping it'll go well.
Yeah,
Tula
and I would
I
just
are
go
gonna see
be.
what-
The security guy wanted me to see him this morning, so I'll probably go hit him up and see what he wants.
Tula and I are going to see what we can learn about Jahi and keep an eye out for orders being sent to Runt that we can possibly help Hamish poison or contaminate, whatever we want to call it.
All right. As you are, make a recon check, LeBlanc,
Okay.
and Tola will help you.
I know everything that's going on in the kitchen.
The chef, and also you can maybe carouse around like Tula will help do, and talk to some people. The chef likes his late night and early morning cups of jahi. He also eats an early breakfast before the rest of the crew. Seems to be a couple of windows. Right. And the night will wear away.
Since Foon has been practicing drinking the Jahi, which is caffeinated, he is going to be incredibly buzzed.
Great. It is now only a few short hours before the ship is about to make its approach to the planet to touch down. If there are any plans to be set in motion, now's the time.
Hula and I passed the information that we got about the early morning, late night, and when the chef eats onto the chat channels.
Okay.
Foon has tried to come up with what is it called? Chahi recipes?
Jahi.
Jahi recipes, all of which involve a lot of sugar, and some which involve random other items that he thinks will make it taste better.
Great.
Some of which work well.
So check my work log, see if I've been assigned to anything.
Not at the moment. You will basically be on standby until the ship gets moving. You've got a week and, another week after that, a jump. Depends on how far this Jahi is going. This could be a long trip.
Hmm.
Moira, you get your rough identification cards finished in the middle of the night. You look them over, and they're as close as you. Or did you? Yeah, you rolled. They're as close as you can get them. They'll pass. I mean, you're corporate, and you're somewhat familiar with Caledon. So, being shady Caledon agents, I mean, if you're gonna flash something, this might do the job.
All right, I think I show it off to the other people, or I make sure that they have their badges and just kind of fill them in on what the plan is. We're to go in there all smiles and just inform them of who we are, and it'll obviously be all lies, but we're just gonna try to roll with it.
Okay. This will be a different approach, but that's fine.
Unless other people have another idea, I'm all for something else if people don't want to risk this. I just can't think of anything else.
Well, we're going to set down soon. Do we know who's in the contingent that's going out? Besides the chef and some security.
A good number of the crew that are going to be loading up the Jahi. The chef goes to inspect the goods. Security goes to enforce. The captain himself goes. He's psionically shielded, at least. That gives a pretty good reason why, like you said, the Haprahani have a tendency to be psionic themselves, so, who best to lead those negotiations?
And then, how long is the ship staying down?
Only a couple of hours. Touchdown, gather the goods, load up, and leave.
So they're just dumping Runt.
Pretty much.
He's going out into the desert. Okay.
You heard that he apparently has a team, and you can assume that there's a vehicle that'll be taking.
So we need to get on that team. Question is, who assigns the team? What do you think, Moira? Do you think Runt would probably
I think
override
the computer assigns the teams.
I can do my best here, but if Runt has already had an indicator, well, I suppose if he hasn't recognized anyone else, we could be the security individuals who get signed on. I'll see what I can do. And Moira will kind of switch after she's done with the identifications in the story and see if she can look into that Faust to see if she can get certain people reassigned or get us on that way.
Yeah, just see who's assigned beyond.
That seems like it's going to be difficult. He has hand-picked agents from the Scotian Deep Trading Company along with him.
Gotcha.
So the ones that currently have an off of the ship are Hamish, Moira, and Yadir. Foon and LeBlanc and the other two, they have their plan if you choose to go with that, or if you go with Moira's idea of talking to the captain. It's up to you. You need to get these 4 off as well.
You said that they're inspecting the Chahi and that the chef is supposed to present it. Foon is gonna see.
Yes, if you poison the chef and substitute yourself for
No.
him, you would be going to inspect the Jahi along with the landing
Foon
crew.
isn't gonna poison anyone, but Foon just wanted to see if he could compete for the chef's spot.
No,
Drat.
sorry, you're a new hire. That's just not how that works.
I know that's not how it works.
Nuts. Well, Moira, what do we do? Yours?
My way gets everybody off the ship, but it's risky.
Risky, but poisoning the chef or making the chef ill just gets us off to load cargo. Not necessarily going with Runt.
We would have to be assigned to the mission, otherwise us being on it just simply would not be copacetic.
Then I guess we do it. What do you think, LeBlanc?
Would if the chef was not able to go, wouldn't they need somebody to go with Runt to check the cargo?
No, well, Runt's just checking the cargo, then he's leaving.
I thought you were friends with Runt, sort of.
I'm not friends. Well, he hasn't checked my work order. He hasn't reassigned
If
me.
if he is uncomfortable with the rest of his team, can you make him more uncomfortable with the rest of his team so he trusts your team better?
But he'll be gone by then.
What if we
We've
just
only got 2
go and
hours.
inspect the cargo and then just maybe, I don't know,
Walk
scuttle away into the desert?
And follow Runt.
There's always that. Yadir, do you think you have the tracking skills to be able to follow a group where we're not going to get spotted?
Yes. Well, I believe I could do that. Leading the rest of you through that would be interesting.
Tracking skills. Is that under
survival?
Which one would survival? Food's
Survival on
okay
the
at
desert
that.
planet will not be hard for me, but I've never had to take care of others that could not take care of themselves. That is not to diminish your natural survivabilities.
No, I don't have any natural abilities. I'm probably gonna die, but I trust you,
You
so
got
let's
food,
go with
you
it.
got water. Yeah.
Besides, we have to break off from everybody anyway to go pick up that drop, right? Remember, the client said he was going to drop off that pod.
Yeah.
So it made logical sense for some of us to just scuttle away.
Then the chef gets sick. Hand over the stuff to get added to his morning jahi.
Maybe Moira just changes the computer and assigns Foon to go do it instead.
Maybe.
That was my thought.
Well, then I can do that if that's what we want to do. We're going to scuttle away. Does that sound like a good plan?
Scuttle
Right.
away.
I'll do it. It's a lot less risky than lying to the captain. So
Yeah.
Okay, so we're all gonna be loading, unloading cargo, and just walk off.
More or less, yeah.
Okay.
It's not
Just
a very
making sure
good
I
plan,
understood.
but it's something.
Not a
Maybe we
good
can
one.
figure something out once we're down there.
Yeah. I mean,
We're just gonna
Yadir
make
is-
friends.
Yeah, make friends. I mean, let's keep an eye out.
Better than making enemies.
Let's keep an eye out for Runt's team, because they're going to be in a second cargo bay or something ready to leave.
I was thinking we just make them disappear somehow, so he needs a new team. But that's very risky.
That's very obvious. Yeah.
The way I see it is we can go with this plan and poison the chef and get everybody off. Then we have to worry about walking off into the desert. We talk to the captain, then we get permission to wander off into the desert, and we don't have to worry about that. And then if we try to, I don't know, take out some agents on this ship. That's probably the worst case scenario of us trying to do something.
No, that will get the SDTC on us. Like, yeah.
So, do we want to try to talk to the captain? Because I feel like the clearance thing is sort of nice.
At least he would know we're off the ship. They're not gonna look for us.
And we might be able to get back on to get back up again.
I doubt
Right.
that.
No? Okay.
We'll be gone.
Yeah, because the ship's gone in 2 hours.
Ah, okay.
Well,
We just need a
poison
teleporter.
or captain, which is it?
Poison or
No
captain?
poison.
Yeah.
No
Not
poison.
Foon votes
poison.
against poison.
It's not
Oh.
poison, Foon. It's a
You're
mild
messing with his
laxative.
food. It would be one thing if you wanted to stun him and stuff him in a cabinet, but you cannot mess with his food.
Wow.
Let's talk to the captain.
Okay.
All right, well, this is gonna be
Maybe
risky, folks.
should Yadir help you talk to the captain?
Oh no, Yadir's gonna be standing behind me, just in case one of them decides to do their old stupid frickin' brain thing.
Okay.
You do understand I will not be able to assist your mind.
Yadir, and she just kind of turns and looks at him. You're intimidating as fuck. I would like you standing behind me while I speak to the captain.
Should I
would not
stand
recommend.
behind you
I would
too?
not say that I am intimidating, but I will stand by you if need be.
Lord, you just don't even know what you look like from the outside. All right,
Foon, if you want to be intimidating, don't say anything.
I can do that. Foon puts on a serious face. He is really hyper and slightly vibrating, and just sitting there shaking
Poofy tail.
with the poofy tail.
all right. You guys all have your badges. Just don't flash them. I'm the one who's gonna flash a badge. If anyone asks you to look at them, just very quick out in. You're fine. And let's just please, if you don't get asked a direct question, just don't blurt it, or else this is gonna go bad.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. Bounce,
May the
bounce,
stars
bounce, bounce,
watch
bounce.
Okay. You will find the captain having a cup of jahi with the head of security inside of the in a side room off of the bridge. He's taking a break. It's middle of the night and the ship isn't really doing much. There's a skeleton crew inside of the bridge preparing for touchdown. There's a round table inside of this room and they're sitting across from each other. You can look into a small window and see them sitting and talking.
I think Moira will approach alone, kind of keeping the other people back. And as she comes up close, she gives them both a respectful nod. She goes, Captain, Chief of Security, if you wouldn't mind, would I be able to have a private conversation with the two of you? Perhaps in your captain.
Captain stands up and, comes over. Hi. You must be another new hire. What can I do for you? Any issues?
Yes, there is a bit of an issue, but it's something that I think would be better spoken about with you in private. And she kind of gives him the knowing nod of, I don't want to say it in front of the crew, kind of thing.
He glances outside of the door. Are the others visible at all?
They are probably not immediately visible, although I don't think we could hide the presence in the hallway, kind of thing.
Yeah, he looks at the door, and then he glances at the security, and then nods at the door for you, Moira, if you feel like shutting it.
Okay. So Moira kind of just shuts the door. So it's just me and them, or is there any other people in there with me, or?
There's the captain, the head of security, and you.
All right, that's good enough. So I walk to the door, and I look out at everyone else, and I kind of just give them a bit of a nod and go, if you hear screaming, come on in. And then I shut the door.
You turn around to see the captain leaning against the table with his arms crossed, looking at you.
So, Captain, I didn't want to have to reveal this just immediately, but there was a, how shall we say, security breach amongst my team. And Moira kind of glances over at the chief of security and gives him a nod. So I am now actually presenting my identification so that I can get about this properly. My name is Sarah. I've been a part of the Principality's security forces for a decent number of years now. Myself and several other people on your crew, who you may have noticed, some new arrivals, were sent by the Principality to look into an issue that you might be aware of. I know that both of you have your issues with one Mr. Paul Runt, and suffice to say, the Principality has their own issues. I would like to keep this, how shall we say, not open, because the Principality has their own reasons for this not becoming known. And the two of you, being the actual crew and the commanding structure of the shuttle, need to know for the information that I bring. She flashes her badge and then just kind of goes and sits down and looks at them waiting for an answer.
Roll deception +1.
For sure.
Let's fucking go.
The captain, he glances over at the head of security and then looks back at you. He puts his hands on the table and leans forward. So what do you know? What have you found out already?
My team and I responded to a distress signal as we were passing through a previous system. The distress signal was aboard a ship. The ship had a substance that, shall we say, is dangerous enough that I would not like to repeat it out loud in case you have listening devices in this cabin you're unaware of.
Ain't no listening devices aboard my ship. I run a tight ship, despite what the Scotians try to do to me.
Captain, I believe you. And I believe that your security captain here, your chief of security, believes that as well. But there are many opportunities for people to leave things behind. Many opportunities for people like me, random people who join your crew, to sit in your computer room and, for instance, do the simple thing that I did to fool your chief of operations down there and implant a fake virus so I could do my work. Your security is good, Captain, but it's not proficient enough in the situation, I'm sorry to say.
So why exactly have you boarded my ship?
Because we would like this to go away, Captain, as you would. I'm sure you don't want this to become large. I don't think you want this to become known that your ship, the one that you pilot, and the one that the two of you crew, was involved in something like this happening next to the Principality. If this were to get into the boundaries of the Principality, I think you both understand the kind of damage it could do. So, I'm here to make the problem go away. What I need is access to Mr. Runt's expedition. I have people with me who all have the credentials to be able to fill in positions aboard that crew. I have a very good doctor. I have some very good personal servants and other individuals who have more skills than they may obviously show. And suffice to say, we will make this go away for you. But it needs to be quiet. Just like my presence here was quiet until it needed to be known.
The rest of you outside of the door suddenly hear a loud from the inside of the room, and the captain had banged his fist against the wall in a sudden burst of surprising anger. He turns and looks at you. I fucking knew it. You know, Scotians used to be a good company. They used to be honest. Nowadays, all they're looking for is money. All they're looking for is power. I heard that they had found something down there, and that maybe they were involved in something, but I tried not to believe it. But if you're here and you're telling me all this, then son of a bitch, that Paul Runt. Alright.
I understand your worry, Captain, and I understand why this would be news that you might not want to hear. But I'd like to make it go away, if you'd allow me.
You need me to let you off the ship, right?
I need you to authorize it, Captain. Mr. Runt has to be aware that we are coming with, but not for the reasons as to why. And you can simply say that you have decided to shift around the basic information of the crew. He gets to have his specialized picked people. We are just there to help, and to help him get where he needs to go. He in fact has already made contact with my medic, who has shown his skills twice over. And this individual will more than likely understand that my medic was doing what he could to become a crew member. Once you can let Mr. Runt think what he likes. The Scotian Deep Trading Company has a lot of interest in the Principality of Caledon. I don't think they're going to make us mad.
The most I can do for you is get you off the ship and give you authorization. Runts, we're not close. If I tell him that you're coming with him, I don't know how he's going to react to that.
Well, then don't, Captain. Then you get me and my people off the ship, and suffice to say, the specialists amongst my crew will do the rest.
I'll do my best for you. But,
The best is what I ask for.
if you can nail that bastard, well, then I think we win-win.
No, I think it is a win-win. And like I said, it's my job to keep things quiet, Captain, so the Principality of Caledon can keep churning along, so people don't get scared, and so our wonderful economies don't all start off the falter. There's no need for trade or travel or anything like that to slow down. This can benefit us all, and like you said, it's a win-win. She stands up and gives them both a curt nod. Suffice to say, I won't be revealing any more information, as it would be a bad idea if you were to be interrogated. I will wait for your authorization. Have a good day.
Damn, I
And she
wish I
walks
could
out.
read minds.
And she walks
See
to
ya.
the door and waits for them to open it for her.
Oh, okay. He'll notice
the,
he's waiting for that and then open the door for you.
Did the chief of security say that?
Yeah, he said, I wish I could read minds.
Oh shit, he don't know dick.
And Moira just kind of gives the rest of you and kind of walks out the door. As soon as the door closes, you see her entire complexion, just her entire face, just like holy crap. But she just kind of nods to you guys that it's all good. She walks off.
Yadir will kind of nudge Thune and then I guess start walking after her.
Boone is vibrating there, bouncing behind her. Bounce, 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 bounce.
As soon as
Fucking
we're far
Foon not talking about tea, vibrate.
As soon as we're far enough away from the doors, Moira kind of turns around and kind of leans up against the wall. All right, I got us off the ship, but there's no way that he's going to authorize us to go along with the expedition. Runt will know right away. He'll not stand for it. So she kind of glances at you, dear. I think you're leading a bunch of blind people through a desert, my friend.
And
Right.
I think maybe one or two people besides Hamish probably could
I'm
sneak
not-
into the party if we played it right.
I'll pull out my pad again and check my work order.
Don't split the party.
I still not been assigned. There's no guarantee I'm going with him.
I think at this point, Foon, I think if we accidentally have two people wander, 2 or 3 of us off in the desert, and several of us with the actual expedition, we might never see those people in the desert. I trust that Yadir can survive on his own, but like you said, keeping a bunch of us alive, well, I've been reading up on a bit of survivalism after that snafu we had a few systems back, but I'm not much better than I was then.
So I suggest we all go get our rations and our water.
The most important thing is that even though this is a cold climate desert, water is going to be the most important value. I do not know much about Aslandian physiology when it comes to your metabolism, but for humans at least, you can survive multiple days without food. So if you need to prioritize, water is what you'll need.
Aslan is slightly better on the food, but equal on the water.
Yes, and we can have no alcohol. Alcohol is bad. Bounce, 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 bounce.
And caffeine is borderline.
Bounce, bounce.
Yeah, no Shahi on the ship.
I was able to drink it. I was.
Oh yes, I see that food. I'm sorry you had to endure that.
I think he likes it now.
He's gonna crash bad.
All right. Well, after some time, the ship begins its descent down to the surface of the planet. All of you can gather up whatever belongings that you brought, and you can await in the hangars with the rest of the crew that will be disembarking in the shuttle. It's a very large ship. When I say shuttle, don't picture something small. This is something that at least can handle a good amount of people and a couple of vehicles. One of note, you see a Scotian Deep Trading Company Gravcraft, not something that flies, instead it skims along the ground, situated towards the back of the shuttle. You can go ahead and wait until eventually the doors to the merchant ship open.
Real quick, Yadir's gonna make sure that he has his desert survival kit, his climbing kit, and his survival kit, his tent, and his backpack, and his binoculars, along with the rest of his normal equipment.
Alright. And like I said, a pod is waiting for you out in the desert with the rest of your gear that you couldn't bring onto the ship. So,
Okay.
as the doors open and the shuttle prepares to take off, everybody loads in. You get a view of the desert looking out over the horizon. The sun is a small orange dwarf that gives off not that much heat, so a cold wind blows into the hangar and brushes all over you, and the sand blows into the hangar as well. It touches your skin and feels icy to the touch. Inside the shuttle, Mr. Paul Runt, he will come over, and you see along with him, they look less like security and more like mercenaries almost. They have weapons strapped to them, and they're preparing the Gravcraft. He spots you, Hamish, and he walks over to you. Oh, so you did manage to get permission to come along with all this Jahi inspection business. Good for you. That'll be a good thing to put on your resume.
Wow, yeah, thank you. It's just watching people load cargo, but from what I understand, sometimes they get sloppy and get injured. So
I hope you all packed warm clothes. He glances around at everybody.
yeah.
I
The
think
Boon's
Moira's
fur
like
is all-
exaggeratingly shivering, just like pretending to be colder than she is.
We're only going to be out here a couple of hours, so
exactly.
Yadir looks fine.
Foon is still vibrating and bouncing, but he is helping carry stuff carefully and then bouncing.
The shuttle will take off, and you all can sit for, it's not very long, maybe 30-minute flight at the most, until you touch down into an open clearing. Although the sand here has been packed down into something of a landing station, there's a small, almost like a warehouse, nearby. Standing on top of a dune, however, is about a dozen hooded figures. They're large, they're Foon-sized, and they begin walking slowly in their hoods down the dune towards the landing field. The Captain Hebrick, along with security and staff, will come out, and the rest of you are free to do as you like, honestly. They leave the shuttle behind aside from a skeleton crew. Runt, he, for a moment, will come out and meet with the Hopperhani as well. And you hear them exchanging the Hopperhani language. The client told you that you would be given a translator, but that's over in your pod somewhere off in the desert. They meet and talk, and these imposing hooded figures, they stand and communicate with the crew until what seem to be, they're not quite camels, they're these long, hairy, I think they were referred to as musk dogs the last time that we talked about them. I might have a picture, but they're kind of grotesque. Let me grab a picture. Yeah, here we go. And they have bundles loaded up on their sides, as well as they're dragging something along the desert, these crates. And after the Hopperhani and the crew finish communicating, the Hopperhani will go back and brandish primitive spears and chop the ropes off the back of the aliens, the creatures, leaving the crates to sit in the sand. Paul Runt, after this business is concluded, will turn back and start walking towards the Gravcraft, passing the rest of you. And his mercenaries begin loading into the Gravcraft, and they begin to situate themselves pointing northward.
So, random question. This is not like, is obviously in character, but asking the group, do we have anything resembling a tracking device? Like anything at all that we carry around?
I got a radio, but
That's not exactly. Damn it! I just thought of this. I wish I would have thought of this at another time. It's fine.
mm,
Do we have a cardinal
Comm
direction
dots.
to go
Don't
to?
we all have the comm dots? Because, like,
Yeah.
I
all
have
have
comm
comm dots,
dots.
If someone wants to leave their comm dot in like in a decent hiding place aboard that Gravcraft while everything was loading up, I could probably like just track it, right?
The Blancs probably had the best like sleight of hand to do that. He being all sneaky and stuff.
Hopefully
think
nobody
Moira's kinda
asks
like-
me what I'm doing.
I think Moira's just like nudging LeBlanc and like pointing at his comm dot and kind of whispering at the corner of her mouth, "Can you get that thing aboard their shuttle? Like, can you get that somewhere safe where they wouldn't notice?"
Are they loading stuff into the shuttle?
They're loading themselves into the shuttle.
Like stuck to the back or something? Anything?
your skimmer. Yeah.
Skimmer, that's a good
I
word
should-
for it.
Is there any cargo boxes lying around?
They have supplies and things like that, but they're
gonna-
basically loading into their vehicle and getting ready to go.
I'm gonna pick up a box of supplies and go walk up to the shuttle, to the skimmer, and I'm gonna be delivering those and try to plant the comm dot.
Make a deception dex check.
Thank you, God.
Keep in mind, tracking this comm dot isn't going to be, planet wide. But if you get close enough to it, it might provide you a ping.
That's perfect. Like I totally get it, Faust. We're on a desert planet with lots of crazy winds. Like we have no idea how that'll track. But if I just have it open and I'm like waiting for a radar ping and I'm like, okay, we found them. That's kind of think what Moira's looking for.
That's pretty much what you can hope for. So, Paul, right before he climbs into the vehicle, he turns and sees you coming. Oh, no! Please do not touch my goods. They're not for you. It's the Scotian Deep Trading Company property. I don't require your help.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody just told me to load it.
Oh, well, write down their
I'll
names and
take
report
it.
them.
Yes, sir.
And then he'll take the crate from you and shove it in the back of the vehicle. As the Gravcraft lifts off, about a foot off of the ground, it kicks up sand as it flies off to the north. You now realize that Tula is about already a quarter a mile away, walking northward directly. So it seems that she started walking as soon as she stepped off of the vehicle.
Boone is gonna run after her.
You
And
run
catch up
after
to her,
her, and
hopefully.
you catch up to her as she's trekking up a dune, and she's staring. She's again wide-eyed to the north.
Oh.
No.
Can you hear something? Is something good down there? Do we need to go find it? Huh? Huh? Huh?
Not a dog, Anna.
She
Foon has had caffeine. Just wait till he crashes, guys.
Oh, sorry. That's why. Okay, good role playing. Sorry, I was like just.
she turns and looks up at you and then to the north. We need to go. We need to head that way. That way.
To the north?
Yeah.
That way? Why? What's there? Huh? Huh? Huh?
The singing.
Jump, 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 jump.
Yadir will kind
Your
of like put a
energy
hand
literally
on.
like snaps her out of it, Foon. She looks over at you and then back a couple of times, and she shakes her head, and then Armand, runs up beside as well. It's like, you have to stay with us. I'm sorry.
Yadir will go over to Tula and he goes, "Do not worry. In time, we will find this singing. But for now, we must stay focused on the task at hand."
She's already out of it. You can tell this is going to be a long trip.
Yep.
Right.
Are we there yet? No. Are we there
Okay.
yet? No.
Oh, Foon is gonna be like, but she said we have to go that way, so we should go that way, and then we should go the other way, and then we should find the people, and then we should go get other things. I forgot what the mission was. Do we have a mission? I don't
Do
remember.
I have something that will neutralize caffeine?
I don't know, do you?
Hmm. Probably
The
not
drop.
basic med kit.
Luckily, Moira, you have the map that you downloaded, and you have a set of coordinates that roughly the pod should have dropped. And it's not that far off.
I think Moira's asking like Yadir's help the entire time. She's like showing him the information and like looking around at the dunes and being like, "All right, dude, what do I do? Like, this is like, how do I even read this? There's just
Yadir-
sand everywhere."
Yadir will kind of put his hand. He'll get next to her so that way he can look at the map. Goes, "Do you wish me to lead this expedition, or do you wish me to try to train you how to do this?"
No, Yadir, are you fucking kidding me? No, you're up front, boy. Come on, what are you thinking? Here you go. And she transfers the map information to you and all the other stuff.
Yadir could just like everything can be turned into a learning experience.
We
This
don't
might
need to
become a
learn
time.
right now, Yadir. I've learned so much on this trip so far, buddy. I'm so learned. Let's just get this.
Yadir will
We're learning
just kind of like
things.
nod to her, and he'll take the map. And he'll look over and do you want to make a survival roll real quick?
Yeah, make a survival check. Or navigation, either one.
Okay. Navigation or survival. I'll go with survival. Okay. This I got a. There we go. That worked.
Alright. And it's not a very difficult trek. You leave the shuttle behind. As the crew loads up Jaihi, the rest of you take the time to dip around some dunes out of sight and follow Yadir's lead. You have a map and the coordinates, so Yadir, you lead them the beginning trek across the desert. You eventually find your pod. You eventually find your pod sitting, it looks like a crash land out in the desert behind a dune. It's actually slightly smoking. And as you come and approach it, there's a hatch on the side that you can pull open, and inside is a fairly wide cargo space with several crates of the equipment that you requested or otherwise had sent down to the surface. So you can arm yourselves and get equipped.
Alright.
Foon's is checking out all the items, and he's rummaging through it and trying to pick up every single grenade that they possibly provided and stuff them around him. He gives each person a grenade too.
Yeah, I think Moira just hops into her environmental suit and gets her guns ready.
Yep.
Armin looks around. Do we have any idea how long this trip's actually supposed to be?
don't think so.
Nope.
But it should be over soon, I hope.
Looks like we have maybe 2 days worth of food here.
Oh, part
What
of the
about
cub. The cub purchase included an extra 2 days
Oh,
for
okay,
everybody.
cool. Nice.
The trip will be longer than you want, but shorter than you think.
That's comforting.
Yeah.
Foon is
Translation: our survivalist is gonna have fun leading us. That's the translation of that.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever had fun in a survival situation, but there
Mm.
are redeeming qualities to be had when you confront yourself, when there's only yourself in nature.
That'd definitely
Wow.
be facetious, but I appreciate it.
we're gonna confront ourselves. When are we having clones? I don't think that we have enough money for that.
Well, we'll deal with Runt first, Foon.
Yes,
Alright.
the really short one. That was mean. Do we get to hang him upside a building?
There are no buildings out here.
Now it is time to continue through the desert. Like I said before, sand is cold, the wind is cold. You look up at the sun and you wish that it provided more warmth. Everything is freezing out here. And you look around at the dunes, they constantly shift and morph in your vision. Yadir, even with the maps, it's a bit treacherous wandering around here, watching your footing. And on this first day, Armand is basically having to hold Tula back because she constantly keeps wandering off to the north. You can at least use her as a guidepost because she keeps wandering off in the same direction. You wander. Go ahead.
Oh, Foon is gonna be like following and stalking her randomly, and then jumping out whenever she gets too focused.
Yeah. She does her best to stay with the group, but it's concerning at the very least. So you wander. At
Is it
around
wandering if we know the right direction?
Yes. So around midday, as you're standing on top of a dune, maybe stopping for water or a bite to eat, all around you is the sands and the dunes. Cloud cover passes over the sun, making the cold even, bite that little bit more. You look out. There seems to be something or a herd of something passing over the sands in the distance. They're small, but they look. Go ahead.
I'll take my binoculars out, and Yadir will silently just kind of put his hand up in the universal symbol to the universal symbol of like stop moving, and he'll get down low to the ground on a sand dune. He'll like get prone, and he'll pull out his binoculars and start looking.
Through the binoculars, these look like large brown manta rays to you, Yadir. Although as they skim over the sands, they'll rise up and fly along over the sands for 20, 30 feet, and then touch down briefly again onto the sand, gliding along the sand as they go. They're pretty majestic, honestly, and there's a herd of about 8 to 10 of them. They're passing up and down the dunes, riding them almost. They're about half a mile off from you, as far as you can tell, standing on top of the dune.
Would Yadir have any idea what these creatures are?
You can make a xenology check.
Okie dokes.
If you wanted to
Oh,
go
I
and
actually
try
do
to,
have that. Fuck yeah.
if you wanted to go and try to interact with them, it'd be survival or animal handling, but you'd have to approach them.
Yeah, for right now, we'll do this at distance, and we'll see if I can do it by Xeno.
They move in patterns, you dear. They seem to be circling something, although you vaguely recall this kind of behavior, but what they're circling or what they're doing exactly, you're not sure, but they seem to be situated in one area off in the distance.
Yadir will look back at. Can I tell from this distance, based upon their size and how far away I am, roughly how big are these creatures if I went up to them?
One of them would probably be the length of Foon standing up.
Okay, so they got like a 6-7 foot wingspan, basically.
Yeah, I'd say that's right.
Okay,
They're large
pretty fucking
creatures.
terrifying. Yeah. So, Yadir turns back to the group and goes, "There's a large amount of sand rays out there, roughly 30. They stand roughly 6 to 7 feet in wingspan. I've not seen this particular species, but I've seen others akin to it. They seem to
Food?
be circling. Well, they are edible, yes, but they seem to be circling something. I could attempt to get closer. What would the group want?"
Wait, how big are they? Can we ride them?
Are they dangerous, Yadir? I think that's the bigger question.
That depends on what kind of species it is. Some are just water collectors. They can use their sails to collect dune as they glide. Others are scavengers. Based upon, if I had to guess, this particular habit they have of circling is akin to other scavenger types. So, could be dangerous. But again, I won't know more until I get closer.
Well, how about we creep up, not like with you, but close enough that we're not so far back we can't actually help if something goes wrong.
We're gonna be sneaky? I can be sneaky.
I think that's the best course, Yadir. You of course you're taking the lead, but like Foon can lead the second group. We're in the back waiting to support you if something happens. If you think that's a good idea, I'd like to see what they're checking out, but I also don't want to waste any time moving through this desert. You see her kind of shiver, not
We
super,
don't have to do
enjoying
this.
the cold.
We don't have to do this, you know. You just leave the manta rays and all the other creepy alien things alone.
I think we are
Yadir
before they keep
kind of
them.
nods. He
They're
goes, "I believe if we could at least see what's going on over there, perhaps it might be something useful." Regardless of the fact, you see Yadir kind of get this. He'll go in one of his bags and he'll pull out this breathable cloth that's kind of like desert covered, like it's same color as like most sand, and he kind of puts it on, puts the hood up, and kind of like lets the cape, and he like seems to strap some ropes to like from the cape to his limbs, so that way it doesn't flap as much into the wind. And he goes, and he like pulls his mask up so it covers everything but his eyes, and he goes, "I will get closer." And he'll use it. He has his like his comm link synced up, so he goes, "You may follow along, but do not try to get close." As he'll start to like basically like move very differently than y'all seen him move across the sand, as he tries to like slowly make his way towards the manta rays.
All right. Make a survival or animal handling check.
Okay.
Faust, just quick, what's the range from us to them?
Half mile.
You start at about half
Okay.
a mile.
I'm just wondering for laser range. We're way out of range. It's fine.
I'll pull out my binoculars and then perform overwatch for Yadir as he heads forward.
Wow.
Boone is gonna start tracking behind Yadir, but just a bit.
That was survival, by the way.
All right. Yadir, you approach, and they seem to tighten ranks almost. They start circling in closer patterns in a way that a herd pack would avoid a predator. But you approach quietly and slowly enough that they don't bolt directly. Instead, if you climb up the dune that they've been circling and gliding across, you can look and they seem to be taking turns almost. Like this is a pack that's keeping watch, and several of them head down the dune and around a few corners. If you follow this vision, they seem to have found a source of water. Like a tiny mini oasis down in a collection of dunes. Not too much, but enough to refill packs and gather up supplies if you needed it. These creatures instead, when you approach, you notice that the backs of their tails, they don't seem pointed. Instead it seems rounded. Not like it could stab you. But if you frighten them with the bulk of their body, they could maybe trample you, barge into you, cause some damage. They don't seem to be hostile.
Being this much closer to them, can I see if they have if they have any exposed teeth, or if they seem to be carnivorous or herbivores or something like that?
They seem to be skimming the sand.
Some sort of filter feeders, probably.
Yeah.
So, I'm imagining like a basking shark almost, how they kind of trough through the sand and like filter out probably loose sand and probably pick up like some sort of like microorganism that lives in the sand. So Yadir will kind of like go up to his comm, and you can hear his breath kind of hush. He goes, "There's a small watering source here. I would recommend that if you have a water source, to drink what you can now. I will then we could refill here. These creatures seem to be non-hostile, but their size and bulk, if they are spooked, they could do some damage with the speed that they are moving."
We should not take them for dinner?
No, I do, but I like the sounds of that. And Moira kind of drains the water that she has and, begins to gather watering packs from people to walk them up or move them up to Yadir.
Yeah, Yadir will start moving his way back, kind of like meet Moira halfway.
All right.
Yeah, she's kind of,
Okay.
and
then he'll collect all the water, and then
cool. Yeah, so she just hands over everything that she needs to, and then begins making her way back. Careful, trying to walk slow and mimic what she saw Yadir doing when he was walking.
yeah, Yadir, when he takes the things, he'll just again go crawl over, start to legit crawl himself towards the watering hole to make himself seem not a threat to these things, and he'll slowly just dip one canteen after the other into the water.
You'll watch them glide down the dunes, sliding down, and then they'll take flight and pass over this oasis. They'll skim the water slightly, taking in water on their underside, and then take back up. And you'll watch them as the herd basically takes turns either watching over the top of a dune or skimming along the water to take drinks.
Do you think we could have them carry us?
No.
The children maybe, but I don't think us. I don't think these are domesticatable. Maybe if there's a larger species, these could be. It would be terrifying if these are actually juveniles or pups, and then there's a massive 100-foot manta ray thing that is just out there.
I think more. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, Foon, these are also basically your size, so they couldn't carry you. You'd need 8 or 10 just to drag you.
Rawr.
As Yadir is underneath him, though, he does kind of think to himself, if this is a cool desert, either what is propelling them upwards? Just small thoughts like that, just those kind of stuff. As he fills all of the water up, he'll start making his way back to Moira, and he'll help distribute the water to her to help carry it. He goes, "Well, we now knew 2 things. One, that this place has complex life out in this desert, which is a good sign for us. If they can live out here, that means so can we. But secondly, and most disturbing, the way they act signifies that there are predators out here, which means we are not alone."
And you see that she's not shaking from the cold, but she's got binoculars up at her eyes, and she's been scanning the dark sky or whatever. Like how bright is it again, Faust? Just wondering. From
There's
the
currently
star you
cloud
said?
cover, making it slightly colder than it was when the sun was out.
But it's still like it's an orange
still
dwarf, you
daylight,
said,
yes.
so it's putting off orange light, but that's still like almost like a forest fire style light kind of thing.
Yeah, it looks a lot like maybe a little dimmer version of the picture right now.
Cool. So yeah, I think she's like struggling to like look up at the sky, kind of smacking her binoculars and kind of being like, I just really don't want to find out what hunts them.
And let's keep moving.
We could
So
have
yeah,
them.
Yadir will head back and he'll redistribute the water to everybody. He goes, I would recommend to hold off drinking for right now. You just ingested a bunch of water. So, and then also, I would recommend that we drink this once after we were able to analyze it. Just because it's fresh does not mean that we can drink it fully.
Are you sure? We
The
should boil
creatures
it,
here-
and we should make tea.
Boiling water makes a lot of is a tedious process. I have capsules in my survival kits that will help sanitize the water.
Tula's been watching these gliders for a moment, and then she kind of slowly turns as if the thought just came to her. How cold do you think night gets here?
How cold is it right now? Like 40?
Yeah, like 35, 40-ish.
Yadir will kind of look at Tula and goes, very. I would suggest that it probably gets below freezing very easily out here.
She looks miserable.
Moira kind of like her breath isn't misting yet, but like it's pretty gonna be misting pretty soon, and she kind of like, yeah, I can't imagine the nights here are very fun.
Okay. If you leave the gliders behind and carry on, you continue heading north for a few hours, and Foon, the time of your crash has come. Your energy leaves your body as the caffeine wears off.
Boone is going to start lagging behind, and his tail is drooping now.
So now you have
And he
Foon
starts
lagging
randomly
behind.
clutching his head.
Yeah, you have Foon lagging behind, and Tula keeps trying to push forward, so you've got a string of people wandering around.
I think we maneuver Tula behind Foon, so if she's pushing Foon as she's trying to move forward.
Tula,
Yeah.
stop it. Slow, quiet, be quiet.
We need to
Your
hurry.
feet are crunching.
We need to hurry.
No, your feet are too loud.
Are you wearing a helmet or a mask or anything like that?
Yeah, no, she's in her full environmental suit.
You're standing behind Foon and you're pushing him forward. You notice flakes of sand as the afternoon comes on, starts hitting the side of your helmet. It's not anything out of the ordinary at first, until it starts picking up. Harder and harder, the sand starts clacking against the side of your glass helmet.
Ah, jeez. Yadir, is there like a storm coming in? I'm getting a lot of debris hitting my helmet here.
All of you start feeling that as the sand blows off of the dune to your left. It begins crashing down in almost waves that hit against your suit, hit against your helmet.
Seal the helmet and move away.
Oh, it's a sound slide. And she's like crawling to get away as well.
Heal up. Move away. Hide.
Oops.
Food is gonna have slunk down
Yadir,
into
sorry, I
the
was muted.
ground.
Fuck. Sorry, I was muted. What would Yadir know the best way to like handle the situation?
Make a survival roll. I
Yadir,
can
you
do that.
think that a sandstorm is approaching.
Yes. So Yadir
You
will.
look off to your left, and you see out in the distance the somewhat bright sky, along with the cloud cover, has been almost consumed by a cloud. You probably need to find shelter.
So Yadir will take his binos out and he'll look. Is there any like an outcrop of rocks or anything like that?
Anybody who wants to can make survival or perception checks. If you have your binoculars or other form of magnification, you can add a +1 to that.
Oh, so that's a 12 for me. On survival.
So-
Yeah, that's a pretty high recon roll.
Mhm.
Boone is going to attempt to roll this, but I'm going to actually use the negative thing again.
Todd,
because I can.
that's a oof.
Yeah, Todd, damn man, +4 for a 7. Ouch.
That's rough, buddy.
Fast
I
forward.
found Foon. Ooh.
Wait, no, that was. Oh shoot! Drop. I was supposed to do the other
That's
way.
fine. That's
guys.
fine. You have enough successes, basically. So, if fast forward about 5-10 minutes, off in the distance, you spotted a solid outcropping of a boulder. It's sticking out of the dune, and there's quite a number of them lined up. Some of them arc over, and as the sand blows over you, you're basically forced, all of you, to huddle behind these rocks as the sand blows over. Visibility disappears. You can't see each other next to you. Instead, all you can hear is the raging wind, and everybody huddled together, packed into a shelter.
As it starts to push over, grab Tula.
That's a good idea. But
what you'll see is Yadir. Oh, I was gonna say Yadir's gonna take out from his survival kit, and again, like all of his like stuff's like really tightly wrapped, so he doesn't get any sand anywhere. As he's like walking around, he's gonna take a bunch of rope, and he's gonna tie the rope to everybody, so that way we all keep track of each other. And then he's going to kind of go on his comm link, and he goes, "Stay close, stay low, don't try to leave the rock. We'll have to let this pass." And then he'll take out a bunch of blankets, and he's gonna like kind of like start making everybody kind of like start to lay down and get some rest as he takes these blankets and like and stakes them into the ground and kind of drapes them over everybody in the direction of the wind, so they're kind of like streamlined with it. And he'll just kind of like he'll be sitting with his back against the rock to like watch over everybody as they're like laying down.
Yeah. Foon is gonna like complain every time they pound in anything, hold things in place, and be clutching his head.
Are you alright, Foon?
I don't know. You
Oh,
guys make too much noise. There's noise everywhere.
I think Moira kind of looks over at the doctor through the sandstorm and just kind of shakes her head, knowing that this is the first time this cat has experienced caffeine withdrawal.
Yeah. I just shrug and I'm holding Tula like, in my arms. Make sure she doesn't go anywhere.
You're holding her, and she's not struggling. Even she has enough wits about her to not wander off into a sandstorm.
Good.
But if you peer into her mask, Hamish, for the briefest moment, you spot a trickle of a little bit of blood come out of her nose, but she sniffs it back up, and it's gone by the time you even, the moment you notice it. But she's staring off into the sandstorm, and she doesn't talk very much.
Great.
By the time the evening comes around, the sandstorm will pass by. The dunes around you have shifted completely. It's an entirely different landscape than what you settled into. The sun now is creeping down towards the horizon, and the temperature is dropping. Mercifully, the clouds have parted a little bit to give you sunlight. However, it's starting to get cold. And you can continue on.
Yadir will Yadir will kind of like shake all the dirt off himself as he kind of like he was just, like kind of asleep as he was like in a ball, and he goes, "All right, we need to move." He looks at the map that they had. Even though the landscape has changed, the direction they still need to go to should still be good. He goes, "How is everyone?"
Cold.
Managing.
How are
Hold,
you
but-
doing, Poon?
The more you move, the warmer you'll be. So the quicker we start moving, the more you'll warm up.
Food is still like you are too loud. There is loudness everywhere. But he is
Wow.
warm because he has furred.
Mm,
He is
yes.
furred. That didn't
Yeah,
work.
furred. Something.
Well, again, it's a sandstorm, so like it's kind of abrasive sometimes.
Aren't we in environmental suits?
Yes.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. So you're in your suit
Sealed.
and you have. Yeah.
But it's gonna be loud because of the suit too,
Yeah.
Oh, it's
right?
even worse. It's even worse for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, during the day, when the sun is high in the sky and there's no environmental issues, probably taking off the suit is probably going to save you a lot of pain. I can't imagine that's good for a
Mhm.
long trek.
No.
But,
We'll be cracking
Well, it
it
depends
open
on
in
how
the
it's
day.
doing the recycling of water.
mm-hmm.
It doesn't trap. No.
It's not a
It's not
still
a
suit.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's
Not
not a
a
still
still
suit.
suit.
Still suit. We wish.
Ah.
It's not reclaiming the moisture from your feces and urine. No.
Mm. Once
My
we're on the
still
move,
suit's full of piss.
once we're on the
Remember,
move,
every single Fremen is stinky, real stinky.
yeah. Once we're on the move, I'll go up to Yadir and just quietly talk to him. Yadir,
Yeah.
you know how you bleed from the nose when you overstretch your powers?
It can happen. I try not to force it, but it's from what I've been able to tell, a natural byproduct of using your powers. It causes some minor aneurysms in your brain.
Tula's doing it right now. Whatever
Yadir will
this
kind of
is,
like, he'll like glance
Really?
back at Tula and then look back at Hamish.
whatever this is, it's stressing her bad.
Perhaps she can't turn off her clairvoyancy, so it's constantly draining.
Yeah.
Well, we can't move any faster than we can with this group.
Well,
So unfortunately for her, the only way we would be able to help her is if we either moved more quickly, found the source. Perhaps I could give her some of my psionic resonance to help boost her own.
mm,
In a more extreme circumstance, we could sedate her.
I don't need to. Let's leave that to last. Just so you know.
Yadir kind of gives him a nod, like an understanding, like, like thank you for telling me, and I'm taking this seriously kind of nod.
Mm,
In the evening,
As
as the sun goes down. Go ahead. Is there something else?
That was it.
Okay.
Mm.
As you pass over yet another featureless dune, looking out into the sun, out into the setting sun out in the distance, it's not hard to spot. It's standing up fairly tall. You notice there seems to be a stone tower off in the distance. It's sticking up out of a bit of crags of rocks, as if it dips down into the earth. Some kind of solid structure, and there's a large cloth of some sort that's waving in the wind underneath it. Some kind of structure of some sort, hidden by the view from the environment, although you can't miss the tower.
Can we
Is
get
that-
any details with the binoculars?
Yadir, is that on our map?
One second, got a mouthful of chips.
I think Moira's bringing it up on her own map, but she saw what Yadir was saying, and she realizes now that after the sandstorm, the desert looks almost completely different. So
You can make navigation checks to determine if that's on your map or not.
Okay, I'll try. God, I hate this check.
Mhm.
Using your binoculars, Hamish, the cloth seems to be wrapped around like wrapped into the stone, and you notice patches as if this cloth had been repaired. There's also very faintly some kind of symbol. Moira, you
Wow.
check your map, and looking around at the, um, you know, at the known nomad camps, you seem to think that this is a Hopperhani nomad camp, some kind of old ancient structures that they used. Nowadays, they don't build buildings, they don't do any of that, but they still have remnants of an old civilization that they come to every now and then.
Moira kind of puts her binoculars down and kind of into the comm dots and kind of gets up close to LeBlanc so he can hear. I think I saw, one of those ancient structures, one of those older structures that the Hopperhani used to build, but there's no way of telling if anyone's using it at the moment. It could be a way station for people in the storm. People could still be there. Who knows? But at least
Might be what's pulling Tula.
it might be what's pulling Tula. I say we check it out. As the last time we checked something out, it renewed our water source, and I think any kind of important or strange thing that we see, we gotta at least take a look, because it might be something that saves us.
There's a flag
Can you
out.
detect that com dot from here?
No, you
Moira
can-
kind of looks at LeBlanc and kind of smacks her head and goes, "Oh, I haven't even been thinking about it." And then she pulls up her own computer and tries to see if she can track it.
No, you don't. You don't pick that up at all.
All right. Well, it's one of two situations. They found the comm dot, they broke it, which absolutely could have happened. They're at least the trained team, or they're not over there. I can't detect them.
Or they're inside and shielded.
That could be it as well. But again, right now I'm not seeing any movement besides that waving flag, and we would need to get closer.
How far away are we from the pillar?
Probably about a mile, 2 miles.
Okay. Yadir will he will kind of like look at the others and goes, "I will move closer to see if I can detect any life forms in the area."
I think at this point, if we're going to be moving that far ahead, you should take Foon with you.
He looks over at Foon, who looks kind of like delirious.
Yeah,
And he
Foon,
goes-
are you still half concussed?
Foon is like, but what?
He
All
goes,
right, never mind.
Foon needs rest.
Okay, but
LeBlanc.
someone go with you. I don't
can
want you
go
going
with
alone.
him.
Perfect. Thank you, LeBlanc.
Good. I'll watch. Guys, be aware the flag looks like it's been repaired, so the camp's probably still in use.
But it's whether or not it's in use right now. It could just be a way station where they stop. It could be a desert
Maybe.
spot they know about.
Yadir looks over at LeBlanc and he goes, "Do you know how to move quietly in the sands?"
Oh yeah.
Yadir kind of gives him a nod and goes, "Right, let's be off then." And I guess the two of them will start moving stealthily towards the, at least near to the tower, so that way I can do my life detection, which is, what's the normal life detection? Has a reach of distance, and that is, it's up to 5 kilometers. So I could just do that here and see what pings out.
All right.
So,
if
yeah,
you're getting closer, you
Okay.
can make a stealth check. If you're doing your side roll, go ahead and roll it.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and do the side roll right now. Just Yadir will kind of like take a knee and like bury his hand into the sand, and he'll do his thing.
You detect
And he's
at minimum.
detecting any. Sorry, what?
Sorry, you're detecting at minimum 35 life forms beyond the ridge past the tower.
Can I determine if they are sentient or wildlife?
Most of them are sentient. Seem to be sophonts.
Okay.
Ah,
So,
yes.
Yadir will remove his hand. Yadir will move his hand from the sand, and he'll remove his hand from the sand, and he will look at the others. And goes, "There are roughly 30 to 35 individual life forms beyond that next ridge, and many of them are Sophon in nature.
Well, beyond the
Do-
rib.
So,
It could just be a group of hopper hunters,
so
right?
Faust, is the bino or a sniper scope better at seeing people right now?
Making a judgment call, probably the binoculars. I don't know.
You
Okay.
are correct. As a hunter, you are correct.
The binos can
Yes.
give you a wider field.
If you'd
Okay.
like to, you can make
So-
recon checks. You and Hamish, you was also using it.
Okay. Good thing I checked the range on that fucking ability.
Hamish, as LeBlanc and Yadir move down the dune, get a little closer to the tower, you hardly noticed him at first, but sitting atop the tower, and he looks like a statue. He's sitting up with his knees bunched up, and he's wearing a brown hood that blends into the environment. But you can just vaguely make out his feet sticking out from under his robes. There's some kind of man, or Hopperhani or something, sitting at the top of the tower behind a pillar, motionless, staring out at the desert.
Does he seem to notice Yadir and LeBlanc moving forward?
With that stealth roll, no. As you know, if
Here,
LeBlanc
let me
wants to
roll my
lead,
stealth. I'm sorry.
yeah, if LeBlanc wants to lead it the way towards the camp a little closer, no, LeBlanc knows his
Would
way
I-
around the dune to avoid vision.
Would I get a bonus for sneaking through the sands?
You can probably get a bonus from LeBlanc's roll, which
Okay.
is a +2, I think.
Okay, so I'll just +2.
All right. No, Hamish, he's sitting up there and he's staring off at a different direction, off into the desert,
Which way?
off towards the setting sun to the north.
To the north. Okay. Everybody loves the north. I'll radio Yadir. There's a guy sitting on top of the tower. Well camouflaged, but he's watching the sunset.
Yadir kind of like silently kind of looks into that general direction, and basing his light detection and now from seeing and looking through his binos, am I able to spot more of where these people are potentially are?
You and LeBlanc can make your way around to a better vantage point. And from a distance, this is more or less the scene that you see. Nestled in the rocks, there's ruins. And, you know, maybe not immediately apparent to Yadir, but LeBlanc, these seem advanced. Ancient, yes, but advanced. This is the remnants of some kind of town or even a city that's been consumed by the sands. Now it's in decay. Now it's fallen apart. They're living in tents and taking shelter within the walls of the destroyed city. But there's a passing nomadic group of Hopperhani, along with their beasts of burden, that are hanging out in this small valley nestled in the rocks in this destroyed city.
Yadir he'll kind of radio back up and goes, I see more of them. They are in fact here. Looks to be this place is some sort of city, or at least it once was something more. But it seems time in the desert took its toll.
Well, we have that translator now, right? I'm sure we could have a conversation.
Correct. But I do not believe that me suddenly appearing will be the best show of good intentions.
Yeah, let's back up and come in open.
No, I'm
I would-
all for that.
I would recommend that LeBlanc, you stay here. Seeing as they do not know you, if things turn potentially hostile, you could be at a surprise to help win some sort of combat.
How close are we at this point?
Maybe call it a mile, maybe a little less.
Oh, no, never mind. We're not even close.
Well, get as close as you want to. I'm saying, you know, at the current moment, you get a good view through your binoculars looking out into this valley. Get as close as you want to. Approach however you'd like to.
I mean, we are far enough away. If we wanted to, we could just kind of like slowly get up and make our way towards it.
Just how about you both wait where you are, and we'll catch up, and then we'll just go as a group.
Works
Okay.
for me.
That
Yeah,
was fine
we'll
with me.
approach open. Two left.
I was gonna say Hamish and I are pushing food along. Like,
Tula
and
whips
make
her
sure
head away
Tula's-
from the north and looks at you, Hamish. What?
What?
You still hear the music?
Always. I can't believe you don't hear it. Why aren't we
Is
walking?
it louder? We're walking soon. We're heading, well, north.
I don't know.
Are we?
I don't know if it's loud or not. I don't think you can call it loud.
It is loud. You're all loud. You keep
Oh.
talking.
Foon, come here.
Yes. Food waddles over.
You pull out the hypo with a, basically just a, aspirin equivalent. And help deal with Foon's headache. That should keep you going.
Thank you.
It'll take about
don't-
10 minutes.
Okay.
As you
Is it
approach
becoming-
openly across the sand
Mhm.
towards the tower, all of you can see the hooded figure stand up, tall and posing. He's got a primitive spear in his hands. And
We'll
as you
stop.
approach the camp, he looks
Wait.
at you, and then he turns back towards the valley. And Yadir and LeBlanc get a good view of this. He raises a spear up, and then he yells this long, almost primitive howling sound down into the valley that reverberates through the canyon. And once he's done this, the yell lasts for like 5 to 10 seconds. Once he does this, then he turns back towards your group that's approaching, and he stands there, staring at you.
Okay. Well, we're in it now. Keep approaching carefully.
Moira is very careful to have no hands on her
Yeah.
weaponry.
You
That
approach.
way-
You approach into the mouth of the canyon, drawing further and further in.
But before that happens, will Yadir and LeBlanc kind of like get up and link in with them, or what?
It's up to you.
LeBlanc, what
That's
do you
what
think?
I'm
You think we
doing.
should- Okay, yep. I'll Yadir and LeBlanc will slowly kind of get out of the sand and kind of like merge with the group. Like I said, we're about a mile away, so hopefully we don't like draw too much attention. So it's not like we're like, oh hello.
Imagine on your left and right, among the rocks, these destroyed, ancient, decrepit buildings, and standing in the cracks, the balconies, are these hooded figures. The hoods are, the robes are either blackened or browned by the environment, ragged, tattered, and most of them hold spears, at least the taller ones do. And there's at least a dozen as you're passing into the valley, staring down at you. You can even see their faces, just the hoods looking down at you. As you get closer, you reach a spot where a couple of those, we called them musk dogs, although that's not what they call them in their language, are situated, tied to what appears to be an old bombed out, destroyed like primitive glider that might be used to traverse the sands. A pack of about 8 of the Hopper Hani begin walking again, hooded, robed, down from the center of this destroyed city and meets you about 30 meters off, 20 meters off. And they stare at you. Since you're standing out in the open, you're basically surrounded on three sides by these figures. Occasionally you hear a grunt or a few whispered words around you, above you. But the ones directly in front of you stare at you and wait for you to make your presence known or make your intentions known. It's hard to tell.
Who has the translator? Moira?
Yep, I suppose that I do. So I guess Moira kind of goes forward and goes into the translator. However it works. Do I talk into it? Like,
You can talk into it, and then it would project your voice out, and then you would basically hold it up and take in their language, and it would read it back to you.
all right. So I think Moira does the normal introduction. I'm the technical officer for the Guild T. My name is Moira Durham, and it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. We're looking for no problems and for peaceful trade of information and potentially goods.
You do this, and out of the translator comes a long string of basically what sounds to you like gibberish. You see a bit of shuffling among the Haprahani up on the ledges before a few of them from the group in front of you take a few more steps forward and close the distance a little bit with you. He says something, and if you hold the translator up, it basically reads back to you. You come from above. We did not know that any of you could come from above anymore. Not here.
Moira kind of looks around. She speaks into it. Have you not seen others who come from above before on the planet?
They look among each other and turn back. Yes, in recent days, before many years of quiet. One place far to the south that we meet. But now your kind come to the north.
Moira kind of glances back. To be honest, we're not looking to stay long, and if you can tell us where the others are, we might be able to get them to leave too.
Make a diplomacy check.
Sure. Ooh, I have a good diplomat. Apparently not.
Could Yadir help with this at all?
Oh,
In one moment, he tightens his grip around the spear, and at this gesture, you see many of the others in the group in front of you, Moira, and it's like a rippling effect. All of them begin to tense up, following the lead, gripping onto the spears. He pulls down his hood, revealing the face of an elderly Haprahani, which I'll post the image again, just so we have it. And he's tall and imposing, and he bows his head forward slightly, but in a glare toward you, Moira. Your kind make many promises. You say you will not trespass, then you do. You say you will not invade our history, and you do. Your words are hollow. You do not keep promises. And once this reverberates out through the translator again, there's a rustling of annoyance throughout the Haprahani. Yadir, you can act as you will.
So Yadir will kind of like step up a little bit and like kind of put a hand on Moira and then like on her shoulder and then kind of like he'll bow to the Aprahane and goes. He will also kind of like, since the Aprahane showed his face, he will also kind of like show his face and like, so you see like the tan skin, the tattoos. He'll let down his hair and he'll go. My people. He'll gesture towards the group. Goes. We all come from the sky, yes. And what the other sky people have done to your people is not right. But we are not them. Just like you and your people come from many different tribes are all not the same, we are not them. As you said yourself, they could not have walked through the desert like we did. We mean you no harm.
You can try diplomacy if you'd like.
Okay.
Is it
It's my
possible for
diplomacy.
Foon to also help him?
What do you say?
Either way?
What do you say?
Tea?
All depends on what you say.
What did he say?
Uh,
All right. There we go. All right.
Over the stand, stop drinking the jahi.
Ooh, there we go.
LeBlanc ain't saying nothing. The Hopperhani, he steps forward, and again, he closes a bit of distance with you. And he points the spear, not in a threatening way, but as a gesture towards each of you. They call themselves the race of the Scotians. You say you are not with them.
Yadir shakes his head in like the universal no pattern, and you'll go, no, we are not with them.
Hopper is for the Hopperhani, not for you. Do you understand?
Of course.
Question to the GM. Hopper is the name of the planet, or is he saying that this place is name is Hopper, like this town?
You know the
It's probably
planet
their
as Rejhappur. They
Okay.
seem to refer to it as Hopper.
Okay, making sure. So Yadir will kind of like nod, and he'll go, yes, we understand this planet is for you.
I meant no offense by it, Chieftain. I honestly, I don't actually want your planet. I think it's yours. I think you have every right to it. You lived here for as long as you've ever known, and we're just trying to do some good and get off of it as fast as we can.
He lets out a very long, basically inhuman breath of air out of his nose. It's like an exhale that goes on for about 15 seconds. And then he raises a hand up, and everybody tenses up again. But then he lowers his hand back down, and you notice the rippling effect of anxiety and tension slowly start to dissipate from the crowd. You figure if you had raised his hand any further, that could have gone poorly for you. But they all keep their eyes on you. Why then do you travel?
Yadir will kind of actually out of game. So we're here to find the like rust that disappears, or are we here to help? To like, I know we're doing a lot of things, but we're like, what's our primary goal here?
Your
We're
primary
here to root out
purpose.
the miscreants that
Well,
are that are violating their planet.
Well, your
And
real
to-
purpose here is to gather a artifact or some sort of object that is causing these strange disintegration instances.
Yeah, on the ships.
And
Which
the
you-
comms mystic wants one, so technically you are here to steal from them.
Kills them. Shit, yeah. However,
Comma. So, Yadir will basically say, God, what's that company name? The Sofani or
Scotian,
Scotian
Scotian
Deep
Deep
Trading
Trading.
Company.
Scotian.
Yeah.
So, Yadir will go. The Scotians are trying to use something that they do not understand, and by doing so, they will hurt many. We do not want that to happen. We want to stop them.
I see. He looks around at all of you, and then his eyes settle on Tula for a moment. And Tula, despite everything that's happening around, has not actually looked really at any of the Hopperhani, has not really looked at the surrounding area. Her head has been trained to the north. The elderly Hopperhani, he strides forward and looks down at Tula, who finally registers his presence and looks up.
So Yadir, when the guy moves towards Tula, kind of like almost like without thinking of it, kind of semi puts his body in between the pair.
He seems to take some offense to this, and he looks at you. If I wish to kill you, I would not trick you.
Yadir kind of looks over at Tula and looks back and goes, I know you do not wish to kill, but she is young and small. Forgive my transgression, but would you not do the same if I approached one of your ones?
He looks past you at Tula for a moment, who stares at him, and then he turns his back and starts walking. Night comes. The freezing approaches. Find shelter in what best way you can. Do not die during the night.
Thank you. That is always good advice.
He stops and he talks to the group out in the sands. And as he walks away, you can see many of the Hopperhani still stare at you from the buildings. However, the group that approached you on the ground, for the most part, dissipates. However, two Hopperhani, smaller, perhaps younger, males, they sit and stand basically where they were, staring at you. And if you try to move around, they will keep a somewhat respectful distance, but follow you.
Boone is gonna try to talk to the two that are slightly following us,
Okay.
and he's going to go. Not quite. And go. They said that we're not supposed to die at night. Do you have any hints on how to make it stop being unpleasant?
As the darkness comes on, and it comes on rapidly, the sun was setting once you began this conversation, the cold hits. It's painful. And you have environmental suits on, it's not unbearable, but if you were to take that off, it would hurt. You would be in great pain at the cold, at least until you find shelter. They look between themselves and look down at you, and they almost pity you, like looking at a small, child that doesn't understand what it's gotten itself into. As a bit of time passes, you can find on the ground level, they block you off from approaching the rest of the destroyed city. But there are a few destroyed, bombed out buildings. You can pass through several layers of cloaks through a door and come inside, and it's basically just dirt and sand and whatnot. But as you talk to them and communicate all of this, and the elder basically said to find some place to not freeze to death, they'll assist you. They'll bring in small bits of like rubble that was probably pulled off of the destroyed sand glider, and assist you with making what fire they can. These seem to be durable creatures. Perhaps they don't need the fire themselves, but they seem to prefer it. As soon as it's lit, they too will huddle around it. And funnily enough, it's more primitive. It's packed in a small little cloth package, but they'll open up what appears to be chai. And when you ask if they have anything to help with that, he lifts up the plants in front of your face, Foon, and shows it to you. Jai. Warm.
Hi. Warm headache. But thank you. Warm is good.
Yadir will go through his multiple kits and pull out like the small, like it looks like kind of like a lantern almost. But as he turns it on, it starts to kind of glow red and makes a small area of heat. And then he'll start to like making like sleeping arrangements and pulling out tents and that kind of stuff, and he'll like sit around the fire that the Jahi are making, and he'll look at everybody and goes, the best way to survive the night is to, if you have others, is to huddle for warmth. Counterintuitive would be that many think it's counterintuitive, but the best way to keep another person warm is to have the least amount of clothing between you and them. So, when you go to sleep tonight, if you find someone close, I would recommend that you at the very least take off your shirts and expose your skin. And
What?
I think with modern science, you're better off wearing your environmental suit.
Yadir looks over at the environmental suits and goes, if you wish to keep those on, you may, but the rest of us are not so lucky.
The rest of us?
What? Wait, hold on. Do y'all all have environmental
I
suits?
think
Do we all...
everyone but you must have
Yeah,
one,
everybody
including the
got
2
one.
kids.
Oh,
Yeah.
well then, never mind. Yadir's is going to tough it out old school style.
Arvin's just like, don't worry, Yadir, I'll hug you if you want.
Yadir. He's not going to turn down free cuddles.
he's
So sad.
He's joking about it, but if you're gonna
No,
be
Yadir will be
freezing
like-
to death, he'll consider
No,
it.
Yadir will be fine. He'll just kind of be like, it seems that modern technology has its gifts, but I'll be
At
fine.
times.
Foon's like, well, the environmental suit is very loud after I drink the stuff that's supposed to make me warm.
No, we didn't let you drink any of that, Foon.
Here,
No
Foon.
more? Okay.
No more.
Yadir will take a small pot and use some of the oasis water and pour some in there and put it on top of there, and he'll look over it and goes, Foon, do you have any of your tea?
Always. Foon will pull
He'll-
out some.
Yeah,
two
he'll hold a
packets
hand
of
out
tea.
and he'll put them in the tea, put them in the water, wait for them to boil. And it's not gonna. It's just, again, he's not doing anything fancy with it. It's just put the tea in the water, and letting it boil. But once it
That's
comes
how
to
you
a
make
boil,
tea.
he'll pull out two, like, it looks kind of like, how like a Russian dolls that like you open them up and there's another one, open up, there's another one. It's kind of like that, but it's like these little collapsible metal cups. And he'll take one out and he'll pour some of the tea water that's like kind of steaming out of it, and he goes, here, this might help. I believe many people refer to these as creature comforts.
Thank you. Foon is
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
sit
what-
there sipping the tea.
Yeah. If anybody, he'll offer this to everybody else to sip on to keep warm. And then he'll go up to the, what do they call it? The Harahani?
Pepper honey.
Hopper honey.
Hopper honey. I'm getting there. He'll go up to the Hopper honey with these two metallic little cups of tea, the two young ones that are watching them, and he will offer that to them, kind of like in the universal symbol of like, would you like to have this?
They'll undo their helmets and quickly regret that decision, but they'll take it in their hands and mostly just like using it for warmth, they'll drink it down. Um, the night is cold, but in the shelter and with the fire provided, and as also you have the two Habrahani that are sitting by the entrance. They're we're not gonna say watching you like prisoners, but keeping guard over you, perhaps, just making sure that everything is kosher.
Mm-hmm.
And they will keep the
Well,
fire going to keep you little humans alive.
from freezing to death. Yay! Well, Hamish will get some sleep.
Okay.
Yadir will look over at Tula. How's she doing?
Doesn't show any signs of needing sleep, really. She's sitting up staring at the fire.
He'll walk over to her and sit down next to her and offer her a little bit of that tea. He goes, "How are you feeling?"
She shakes her head and opens her mouth, and then she closes it again, as if trying to find the words.
If you would like, you don't have to use your words. I could let your mind talk to me.
She shrugs.
Yadir will kind of nod and let's see, what would be best for this? Surface thoughts, empathy, or probe?
I think probe is probably the closest.
Okay. Oh, made it. Fuck yeah.
Wow. Yadir, you get a sense of what she's feeling, and it's probably not the full effect, but you do hear it now. In a language that you don't understand, but now that you've heard it, you can make it out as some form of dialect of the Habrahani. It's like a chanting. It's a singing of what sounds like hundreds of different voices, maybe even thousands. And it comes rolling across the desert, over the dunes, echoing down into the valley. It's as if if you looked over the valley out into the distance, you could see them, thousands of them, chanting, singing, speaking in their language. And she's right. It is fairly beautiful. But what it's hard to convey to you, maybe you can pick up traces of it, but it's drawing. It is genuinely intoxicating to the point that it's all you can think about. And it's calling you. It's calling her. And she's been dealing with this all day. Ever since you touched down.
Can I tell which direction it's like drawing me towards? Because like I guess my mind's a little more focused and like trained than hers. Can I like see where the voice is trying to take me?
That's at this distance, the best you can still make out is just north. Head north. Follow the voices.
And that's the direction we're traveling?
Yes.
Okay.
It's also the direction that Paul Runt took off in.
Yeah. So Yadir, after again, to the average person, it would only seem like maybe a second or two, but to the two of them and the speed of thought, it might have felt like maybe minutes of conversation. Yadir would kind of like let out a long breath. He goes, "I'm sorry. I was able to feel and hear what you hear. Thank you for letting me understand it. What I can promise you is this. We were moving towards the noise, towards the song. And I know it's hard. I know it's taxing, and I know you're tired. if you would like, the doctor could potentially help you and ease your mental fatigue.
She sighs at the last and stares into the fire. She shakes her head. I
He
might need your
nods.
help, you dear. When we get there.
With what? Of course, I'll help in any way I can.
Thank you.
He slowly get up and he'll goes, "You're never alone, Tula. Not as long as I am here." And he'll go over to one of the guards, and he will kind of like he'll have the translator with them, and he'll could you dear because again he was listening to the music. Can he ask him, like, do you know what these words mean?
You know, surprisingly,
And like,
if you ask that and you relay some of the words, he really doesn't. He he will say that that sounds familiar. He might relate a few words that, you know, sound like that, you know, but it's not the same. He will point out to you that you're speaking in a language that doesn't really exist anymore.
so it's like an old version of their language, basically.
Ancient, yes.
Kind of like the ancient text, the writing.
Yeah. Basically, I was like, hey, do you know Old English? Do you know fucking like Beowulf?
Hmm.
Um,
And surrounded by these ruins, you know, hearing the ancient language, you can get a picture of perhaps a glimpse into the Haprahani history.
yeah, that perhaps they were once a very advanced species, but for some reason or another collapsed.
So it is.
Yadir will thank the man and come back, and he'll sit down, kind of mulling over what's going on with Tula, the song that he heard, the history of this place, and just like what might come, because and he silently curses at a little bit at himself, but also at the circumstance that he was never able to comprehend clairvoyancy. Um, because again, he understands and can do anything else, but clairvoyancy was the one thing that escaped him, and he regrets that he was not able to help more, and that
Uh-huh.
he can only stand by and watch as this small to handle the mental taxation and strain of whatever the fuck she's going through.
And with these thoughts in your head, as sleep eventually takes each of you, Yadir, you receive a dream, or was it a dream? Standing out in the middle of the valley, looking out to the north, you see an image of Tula in her environment suit, and next to her is the elderly Haprahani standing next to her. And ethereally, they stand and stare to the north together. Although when you wake in the morning, you're not sure if that was real or not.
Jiro kind of just like rub his head, and he'll look to see is Tula still there?
She's sleeping over by the fire.
Yujiro kind of like let out a sigh and like kind of a grateful sigh. He's like, "Oh shit, thank God she didn't fucking that wasn't real." Like, but he'll pull out his map and he'll like rotate it and orient it to where it's north, and he'll start moving. Like, is it okay? So the map, is it like a tablet where you like move the GPS map like a Google map, or is it an actual like fold out map?
It's probably a tablet.
Okay. So he'll start like moving the map northward. Does he like see anything? Does he like is anything of interest coming out?
As you're poring over the map, and to answer your question, no, it's all desert. As you're poring over the map, the several cloth, um, the several pieces of cloth that block the entranceway will be pulled to the side, and you'll see two of the Haprahani, and along with them, behind them, the elder. He gestures for you, and he says something in Haprahani, some, awaken, essentially, as dawn comes. And then he gestures towards into the deeper part of this, into the valley, and will take a few paces away from the tent, and seems to be waiting for you and the group.
Is he okay? Is he waiting for me or the group?
All of you, the group. It's now morning.
Yadir will go around and start shaking up the crew, and he goes, "We're being summoned by the elder. Best to get ready."
Oh shit! All right.
Yeah.
Rise and
Okay.
shine.
Oh.
He'll take a knee towards Tula, and he'll slowly wake her up. He goes, "Tula, it's time to get up."
She bolts awake. It's actually scary how she kind of jumps. It's startling. And then she grips at the sand and then grips at her helmet for a moment before pushing herself up, and is probably the first one out of the tent, out of the building.
You
Yadir will
okay?
kind of like he'll sigh and he'll look over at Food and he goes, "She's going through a lot." As he'll like kind of get up
Did
and
she drink some of the evil tea?
no, Foon, she's fighting a battle within her mind that none of us can help her with currently. As he like starts to like put a step in his bag and heads out after her a little bit.
Armin follows after her, and she
Oh.
basically starts walking to the north out of the building, but he grabs her arm. Hey, are you alright? And she just like glances back at him. Yeah, let's go.
Is that the right direction?
Well, it doesn't seem like it. However, the elder will guide you further into the valley once you're all ready, and passing among the ruins and the wreckage. He guides you down a small sandy path between a couple of large towers, and nestled in the rock is actually, it seems to be a cavern path. And through the translator he says, "This will take you half a day's walk past the desert cold. Safer things wander in the desert."
The desert cult. What's that?
The cold of the desert. It's cold out there. It's warmer in the cave.
Desert cold. I thought you
Yes, sir.
said desert cult. Like
No, the
CULT.
desert horse. no, the
I
desert
was
horse.
like, ooh, it was a new cult. Okay.
Yeah, I was like desert cult. Like, oh crap! Now I gotta fight like people that worship sand.
Heck yeah. No, he's basically just telling you that this is a half day's march underground that will take you north and avoid predators and the environment above.
Gotcha.
As if you choose to take this path, as everybody enters the cavern, Tula stops and looks up at the elder again. They look at each other for a moment before Tula wordlessly turns back and heads into the cavern with the rest of the group.
All right,
Yadir will look at the elder, and man, I'm tempted to proc it. He'll attempt to read surface thoughts on the elder when he talks to Tula like that when they stare at each other.
Okay.
By the way, Faust, I've been keeping track of my scores, but since we had a full day's rest, my scores are pretty much back to max. So,
I appreciate you doing that.
yep, I got you. Just that way you know that like I still have a +5.
Hey, Yadir, you don't speak Haprahani in your mind.
No, I got you. I just wanted to see if like if his mind was shielded or if like
It is
no,
not
that's-
shielded, but he
okay. I just
you don't he does seem to be thinking thoughts, but you cannot process that in your head.
no, that's fair. Do these thoughts have words to them, or is it more of like images?
It's words, and if you want images, she'll think about Tula as she passes by. But it's not much more than that. It perhaps
Okay.
you know maybe you get a flash for a brief instant of that same vision you had during the night.
Yeah. Yadir will just kind of like, again, he'll tighten the wrappings around his hair and head and make his way into the cave to follow behind Tula. But he will give like a hand wave to the elder as like a sign of appreciation.
The robed, hooded figures watch you disappear into the dark cavern. Initially, it seems like this might have been living quarters, rooms. You can make out markings on the walls. But all of that gives way. You pass by larger caverns, and for a long while, there's a singular path. You'll pass over natural bridges that look down into the depths. You'll see stalagmites coming down in large halls, and then step back into cramped caverns where you'll have to turn, squeeze, and fish your way through cracks. And for a while, this singular path holds steady. However, unfortunately, about maybe if you're keeping track around midday, there's a path. It splits, goes about 3 different ways. The Hopperhani language, you'll note, is scrawled onto the walls in between the paths, but there doesn't seem to be any good indication of which way you should go. You could perhaps try to decipher these markings or otherwise use some sort of check to find your way.
My character has the ability to use. I have linguistics. Like I can use all the sciences because my stupid intelligence.
Linguistics, to maybe read the signs, archaeology, things like
Yeah.
that, if anything else you can think of.
I think Moira,
Wait,
We
Moira
are
will walk up.
scientists?
Moira will walk up with her flashlight, and she's gonna start just doing a basic xenolinguistics of it. So just linguistics, but both xenology and linguistics. So
Boone would like to attempt to help.
I have a basic
This would be
language.
great.
I have a level 0 languages. I could try to help.
So does Foon.
Hey, helps or helps
Or not.
or not. Yeah. Do you want to task chain this, or do you think you got this?
Moira has a +2 in this. So do you guys want to
I
risk
have a
it? Or?
+2. I have a +2 in linguistics also.
Okay,
I
so
would
then
say then we'll leave you and LeBlanc to help each other out, and then Foon and I will
Sorry.
just act like we're doing. Just yes, these words look like words.
You and Foon
These
can
words
task
look like
chain
words.
separately.
So
yeah. Hey,
for a tasking, do you want me to support you, LeBlanc, or do you want to support me?
Moxnix.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Okay, I'll roll first to support you. So Moira's up there with the flashlight, helping you decipher basic stuff as you're recording it and going over information.
and then Foon, you and
So
I
that's
can
+2.
task chain each other.
That's a plus
So-
Sure.
+1.
I
Okay.
will support yours.
Okay.
Foon will support yours. He's using languages.
Oh, we got 2 separate. Hey, what do you think this
Pass
symbol looks like?
change. Yes. /R2.
Hey, Foon and I are trying our best, all right? Like, I can read
Moira-
minds. I can't read dead languages.
Moira and LeBlanc. Foon, you're like, we should go this way to the far right path. And you feel certain
way.
about that.
It says T this way.
I'm sure.
Local tea shop this way.
I'm sure
LeBlanc
that's what that
and
said.
Moira using the translator and going, passing back and forth, thoughts and what you think you can piece together of this language. By using the translator can read you back known symbols. It's not exact. Again, seems to be an ancient language, but there is a resemblance to something that is familiar with north on the left path. That's the best you got. Is that left path seems to be marked as north. The rest of them are probably varying shades of other directions.
Mora kind of looks back. The best we can give you is this one is heading to the north, where the other ones might be heading north, like as in like a northwest or like a very very west, but a little bit of north, that kind of thing. I say we go
Sounds
left.
good. Say we go left.
And we're off like a herd of
Look at-
turtles.
So you do. Following Moira and LeBlanc's direction, you spend another few hours heading into the afternoon, passing through the caverns. It's tiring, but again, it's warmer down here, and there's not a sight or sound of any creatures that you see down here as you pass. Eventually, as you pass by yet another natural bridge, it winds up until eventually you find out that someone has carved stairs here. Stairs that lead up. You turn a corner and climb these stairs, and sand pours down onto the stairs and onto your heads as you climb. You come up back into the featureless desert with the stairs behind you. Fairly difficult to see, in all honesty. But you're back out. Not even 30 seconds after you come out onto the desert, Moira, you hear a crackling sound from your bags and pockets, and all of you with comms, you all hear the similar. It's actually, if you leave it in long enough, your comm dots will start screeching in your ears. Overhead,
Oh,
flashes of light. It's like little pinpoints of light flash in the sky momentarily before disappearing, and it seems to cover the area.
that didn't feel good. I quickly checked to see if I can track the comm dot that we gave away LeBlanc's. Is it close or?
No, none of your electronics work.
Work. Yeah.
Your
That was
equipment
EMP.
seems to be on the fritz. Some kind of storm overhead is causing an interference.
I kind of look at the others. Well, I don't think we're going to be able to track anything for a little bit. Just please don't wander off.
Where the crackling gets louder. You're worried about your equipment.
Yeah.
There seems to be some sort of magnetic storm overhead. If
Can she
you-
look around, try to find any kind of cover with a recon check? Is there
Go
anything
back
available besides heading
underground.
back? Yeah, turning around and heading back underground.
Sure, I was going to suggest you could either try an electronic skill check to protect your equipment and keep it secure, or you could spend
Oh,
time
okay.
back underground until the storm passes.
Moira kind of looks at the others. She's going to attempt to make sure her equipment is half decent regardless, and kind of call out as the storm's approaching. Look, I don't want to advance too far in this with the magnetic storm above us, but I don't know how much time we have, so I'm going to try to secure my stuff. Just be aware. I might have a fried tablet by the time this is done.
You,
Hope not.
can we shut
I'll
our,
power-
for the rest
power
of
it
us, can
down.
we just
Yeah.
shut ours down to make it
I
safe?
turn everything off and just like take it, put it at least just turn it off at the very least. And Moira's
gonna
quickly
help
like
Food.
checking on her gear and trying to make sure that. So is this just an electronics comms?
If you
computers? What do
guys-
want me to do?
If you want to roll it individually, Moira, for everybody, or if somebody wants to assist, I'm fine with either. But a electronics, either computer or comms,
Electronics.
to
Just
try
shut 'em off,
to
or to
protect them, to keep them secure and keep them from
Protect them,
damage.
keep-
Moira's running between each one of you trying to help out with the computer.
I'll do
I was just
mine. Yeah.
I was like, can
Right.
Yadir just turn his off?
Yeah.
All right, Moira passed.
Yadir. Yeah.
I
Shit,
got-
Moira
I-
passed.
And Hamish passed.
I got a
what the hell?
13. We are fine.
I was actually looking for a 12, so that's okay. Sure.
Sweet.
So
Moira and
I
Hamish.
helped
should I
her.
roll for myself then? Because I have a -3.
No.
Or
No.
someone
Zoe
can
and I
help
turn
me.
ours off.
No. Basically, Moira and Hamish will secure the electronics. Power them off, put them away. Repair the ones that have been initially damaged, and then stow them away until the magnetic storm passes. So until about the evening, your electronics are going to be turned off and unusable. But your
does that
equipment is. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask, does that include like the plasma pistols, or the electronic pistols, or what do we have, or do those fire regardless of their?
I think electronically powered
Yes.
weapons like stunners and things like that will also be
Stunners,
affected.
Yeah. My
Yeah,
face
so I
is
can't
gonna be-
use my laser
Yeah.
pistol. Damn
This
it.
was mostly
Okay.
to save time and keep your equipment from being unusable.
Mm.
All right, so Moira holsters all of the electronic equipment she has, and you see her pull the assault rifle off her back. All right, well, I guess we're going loud if something comes up.
Yeah, let's hope not.
The
Good
lights
thing
in the
we've got these
sky,
Grenades.
the lights in the sky carry on for quite a while. It's like pinpoint
Oh.
flashes. It's kind of nice to look at, but also disturbing. It doesn't look natural. But you can carry on to the north as best you can.
Do the lights get more intense toward the north?
Doesn't seem like it.
Okay. So
This
just
seems to
general-
be a natural phenomenon, even though it's disturbing to humans that aren't familiar with this kind of thing.
Okay.
Foon is going to be doing some recon around to see if he's noticing anything, following us, or besides the
Yeah, make a recon
copper
check.
honey. Okay. He is mostly awake.
Foon, there's a boulder.
There's a boulder following us. Or
That
there's a
sounds silly, but it does seem to move. That boulder just moved. It moved a few inches. It's tall. It's not huge, but it's a large boulder. And as you're staring at it, and as everybody else, continues moving north, you stop and look at it, and you're certain that it just moved again. It's moving inch by inch by inch. And then, it moves about 2 or 3 feet. And then you actually see it, I don't know, what's the word for it? Plop down onto the sand. A sand cloud of dust, rises up from the sides of it as its weight drops down onto the sand.
Foon is gonna walk over
that-
to it.
Is that what's his name? Fucking Doug? Greg? What's the fuck's his name?
Foon is gonna
you know what I'm
not
talking about?
realize that his comm dots doesn't work, and he is gonna be trying to press it and tell people, and then walk towards the boulder and investigate it. So other people might have to notice.
You walk towards the boulder, and all of you see Foon walk over to this boulder that's a little taller than he is. And Foon, you approach it, and you look it over. It seems to be a natural rock, but if you look behind it, there does seem to be some kind of dragging marks. It seems to have moved in a line from where it passed.
Foon is gonna gently on the boulder.
You do this, and then you
See if
notice
it's hollow.
you tap on it, and that feels like rock, It hurt, it might hurt your fingers if you knock on it. But you do this, and the rock, again, it seems to actually lift off of the sand, maybe an inch or two, and then it starts to move. It moves 6 or 7 inches in the opposite direction of you, and then plops down again, and a little sand cloud rises up.
Moira,
Well,
is this like a life form from this planet?
At this
I wouldn't know.
time, do we all see this happen?
Yeah, you see
Yeah, I
Foon in
think
the distance staring at the rock.
I think Moira's pulled up her tablet and it's not working, and she kind of looks over and goes, "Oh, I couldn't fucking tell you right now, Pilot. Damn it!" Like,
Yadir will should I do life detection? Yeah, fuck it, I'll do life detection.
That is certainly a life form. And what's more, it seems to be a large life form.
Does it seem to be sentient?
Bigger
No.
than being a boulder?
Okay.
No,
He's
it's like the life form seems to be the boulder.
okay. Yadir's gonna like kind of call out to Foon. Goes, Foon, back away from that.
Foon will back away from it, going, but it's following us. I don't
We
think
don't
it'll...
know. Yes, we don't know what it is though, and we don't know if it might be predatory or something. So we need to.
It's just a rock. How could it be a predator?
yeah, you know
It's
what? But like
stalking us.
a day ago we saw sand manta rays. Let's not discount this planet. There's probably weird stuff here.
Foon, why don't you flip it?
Don't go cow tipping. Don't.
Who's,
Go rock.
is that Armin? Fucking
Armin is so done with this trip already that he's like, Foon, why don't you tip it?
He's frozen. Like he's just done. Like
He's cold. He's tired. His girlfriend's bleeding from the nose.
Foon is gonna like walk over to it again and try petting it.
It's
Can
like,
I do
haha.
animal handling?
At your touch, and all of you can now see it, it moves. It lifts itself off of the sand and scuttles away from you for a few inches and then stops again.
Can I roll animal handling on it?
Sure, I guess.
Foon's
I just
trying
want to
to
roll
get a new
animal
pet.
handling.
Mm-hmm. No, it continues to slide away from you whenever you touch it.
He's chasing it now.
Foon, stay. Come back.
Aw. But
When this thing moves, is it like, do we see how it's moving, or is it just kind of like hover?
It seems to be moving from the
Voice
bottom.
track
You would have to get down and take a look underneath it.
we're obviously easily distractible party.
Well, it's a giant moving boulder. Like, it's kind of cool.
Do you get down and take a look under it?
Yeah, sure. I'll get down and take a look underneath it.
You go
see
down
Moira
and
is like face palming in the background. Just no.
you get down and push your head as far as you can into the sand, and maybe like dig out some of the sand so you can look underneath. Foon, when you touch it again, Yadir, your head's down there. What you notice, it seems to be thousands of small, maybe 1 or 2 inch long tendrils, little legs or nubs or something that all together push down into the sand and lift the rock. But what you see is that this underneath, that's a big lump of flesh under there. It's like the rock, after a few inches, goes hollow, and instead you have this meaty creature with many thousands of legs underneath it. So it will push itself up. Each leg will carry the rock a few inches or however far it's going, and then drop down again.
So Yadir he'll kind of push himself up and goes, this creature, he'll point to the rock, goes, either the rock is its skin, or like some creatures use hollowed out things to hide in, it's some sort of fleshy tendril-looking mass inside of the rock. Either way, it seems to just be following us. It's a curious thing. Best to keep an eye on it, but I do not believe it is hostile.
Like, as long as it doesn't, I don't wake up and it's not nibbling on my boot, I think I'm fine.
It's not nibbling on anyone's boots, but it's following us. I wonder if we could use it to, like, mess with people.
Well, I think we should name him Rocky, and we should love him and care for him.
I believe that the best course of action is to also continue moving. This creature just seems to be the natural denizen of this area of the desert.
And if you walk away from it, it becomes quickly apparent that this thing cannot keep up with you in any way, shape, or form. You'll quickly walk away from it and leave it behind.
All right then.
It's like
Boone
what is
is
that?
gonna,
The snail that slowly chases you and it touches you, it dies. Like,
yeah, the snail in the obsidian or whatever the stupid thing is.
yeah,
All right.
like like Yadir probably doesn't want to fuck with this thing and keeps going on the mission, but me, I want to fuck with this thing. I was gonna be like, "Hello, aren't you cute,
Yes.
giant boulder?" It's like, yes, it's like the pioneers used to ride these babies for miles.
Yes. Well,
But-
Foon gets to do stuff like that because that is his personality.
Once you get bored with it, if you have no other use for this thing, we can carry on.
Yeah, I think Moira's still staring up at the sky, hoping the storm will go away.
It does diminish. It's already diminishing as we speak. You think by the evening it'll pass?
Does the thing seem to be moving in any particular way, or is it literally just following us?
It's not following you. If you walk
Okay.
away from it, it'll stay put.
Okay, but it's not moving in a specific direction or on a specific path?
No.
Okay.
And the reason that I'm including it at all, if you're wondering, is because if things had rolled differently and we had started running out of supplies, one could have thoughts of eating such things.
Yeah.
Totally.
But you aren't having that issue.
It could be food, or it could be a pet. One
It'll
just
be a
has
very
to pick
annoying
and
pet
choose
to
one.
take care of.
It's a very slow moving pet.
We are not having a giant rock pet. That's
Yeah.
just gonna cause a
In a
lot
ship.
of
Wow.
problems.
Why not?
Put it in the hole.
We have too many humans. We
So
need
what?
more
It's-
non-humans.
It's like, damn, this whole ton for the cargo space is dedicated to our emotional support pet rock.
Yeah.
Like, imagine that, like, going through customs though. It's just like, what is that? It's our pet rock. Oh, okay, that's funny, whatever. And then like it just follows them on the ship.
Well, and
Goddamn.
it could be
This is
full
Foon,
of grenades.
and this is her emotional
Come on.
support rock. His emotional support rock. Goddamn.
And if you ever go back
Yes.
for Lord, he's like, "You already got another rock." All right.
Mhm.
Fucking turns out these things reproduce asexually, so we see like one day there's a shit ton of pebbles down underneath
Oh,
it.
it's a rock tribble.
I mean, they're fairly cool. They're massive creatures, but they use their little tendrils, like thousands of them, to dig into the sand and pick for food.
Fucking- Faust has a whole like bio sheet. He's like, I wish I would have.
I certainly do. I just
Yeah.
wanted to include this thing.
See?
So,
See,
I mean,
we
I
could
do the
bring it
same.
along,
Like,
and we could bring it as a pet for the rock people, and maybe they'll pet it instead of me.
Moira's
just
just pulling
saying.
Foon along.
yeah,
Just pulling Foon along to get
Tula's
going.
already like a quarter mile away now,
Yeah.
so everybody
Let's catch
Yeah,
up with Tula.
let's catch up again.
yeah.
Well, that was a very important scene. Moving on. Next.
Hey man, it's the rock.
We were going to see it one way or the other, god damn it.
Gonna clash it to Wayne.
As the day continues on, it's a long, uneventful slog. The evening passes without much issue and your electronics come back. The desert is, again, just featureless, endless, never-ending. Carries on and on and on. But with the sun in the sky and nothing much to go on, you continue to move. Foon is going to keep a lookout for small moving rocks. I'll let you know, Foon. Maybe roll a luck check.
Mhm.
And
Really?
Yeah, roll a luck check.
Oh dear lord. What do I have? -1.
You got a negative. Yeah.
If you
Don't
roll above
rub
an
in the
8, you
fact
can find
that
a
you
small little rock like that.
If I roll above an 8, okay.
No, sorry.
Sadness. It was worth it.
Night comes on. The evening starts wearing away. Shelter is probably going to be required, and unfortunately, this time, as you move through the evening, you don't see any of that. It's endless desert, carries on and on. In the distance, you can see mountains, but they're too far away to make for the night.
Mm.
Given last night, it's going to be cold out here.
Well, let your dear set things up. Do what he says.
Sorry, I was eating.
Mm.
Except the part about taking off your suits.
Yes. We'll forego that part because Yadira now sees everyone else besides him is wearing like Evo suits.
You know you have one in your
So-
inventory, right?
I do.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, I'll be fine.
Yeah.
If Yadira's gotta bust that out, it'll be like it's gotten some shit. So Yadira again, he'll get us little thermal lantern, and he'll start like prepping everybody's like sleeping areas.
Make a
Because he's
survival
gonna,
check.
like- Yep. Ooh, barely. But he's like, making everybody's stuff. He's, unrolling the bedrolls and making sure everybody's got their stuff ready. And he'll start making like a little overhang to trap in any heat that rises up to try to get it back down. It's because he's making it for the group of us. It's a lot smaller than the shelter we had last night. So it's kind of like there's no real like a lot of room to like stretch out. So if you're gonna want to like lay down and sleep, you either gotta do the S shape or you gotta like sleep kind of curled up. It's not gonna be comfortable, but you'll survive.
As you all gather in Yadir's shelter during the night, alright, here, how about this? All of you roll a 1d4 minus 1.
Oh no.
You'll be taking this as endurance damage.
Damn lucky Hamish.
Hamish Yadir, baby, let's go. Man, we all did pretty good.
Except Armand.
Oh, yeah, that makes
Oh.
sense. Like, but though, like, this actually like looks pretty good. Like, Armin's suck a dick, but like that's me.
True.
Four.
So,
I have to do the luck, right?
No. It's a 1d4 minus 1. That's just a.
Ow.
Oh,
You-
Food's not doing good either.
you'll take this endurance damage and carry this forward into the next day. However, thanks to the shelter and the location, your dear survival roll, it could have been a lot worse. But it's still cold. It's a miserable night.
Could just help Foon out a little bit. Could they get like a +1 because of their natural body fur?
I am. It's okay. Foon
Okay.
has 11 endurance.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I mean, now he doesn't, but he had 11 endurance.
Yeah, still.
Wait, where is this?
Am I up and out at any point in the dark?
You can be.
Yeah, I'm sure you could wake up in the middle of the night, or I'm sure we're doing it like sort of like shift rotation.
Because I want to maybe get to the top of a nearby dune and use the binoculars to scan around looking for any light source,
Well, it's
specifically
funny.
to the north.
It's really awesome that you say that because check this out.
Oh.
Oh shit.
When you climb the dune and look to the north, as everybody's huddled down in a corner, unable to really see it, but Hamish, you climb to the top of a dune and look out.
Ooh.
You use your binoculars, and what appears to be some sort of aurora borealis shining off to the north. However,
Ooh.
Hamish, if you sit and stare at this for a little while, it it doesn't look quite right. It's as if the lights break off and fall down like rain sometimes. And then you spend some time staring at it and then you realize those are some kind of creatures. Thousands of them, maybe millions, flying, creating the effect of aurora borealis glowing in the night. They shift and the patterns move around. You can't really identify what they are or what they're doing, but there's millions of them flying in the sky, giving off this light.
Ooh.
Motherfucking
Are they-
bioluminescent swarm bug, maybe?
Are they headed this way?
Doesn't seem like it, although they do shift and move. They might come closer or move further away. I mean, if you want to, like, say if we move forward towards the morning, as the very tip of the sun will come out, the lights will shine over you and the rest of the terrain passing by overhead. Indistinguishable to the naked eye from, natural lights, but you can see that they're not. Aside from that, you don't see
Pity.
any other thing else. When you get tired of looking at this and head down towards your camp, you notice a few things, actually. Many of you have dreams during the night. Foon, you dream of war and of your family. Moira, you dream, it seems to be yourself or copies of Yui, and they surround you, and they appear to age rapidly, and they stare at you in the dark. It's disturbing. Tula and Armin, similarly, Hamish, you look out over the camp, and you see them tossing and turning, miserably, having dreams. LeBlanc seems to be sleeping peacefully. You dear, your dream in particular, you sit up in the night, although it seems much darker than it should be, and you look out, and you can see ethereal figures. They're like shadows standing on the dunes. One of them appears to be, and maybe this was just your imagination from the outline, but it seems to be the memory of your mother standing in the desert. If you sit up and watch, you can see small, shadowy figures, like a small boy, running around. It seems to be maybe training, doing physical activity. And these shadowy figures pass around. They surround the camp. And these are your dreams for the night. They drag on. They whisper in your ear, you dear, as you stare. You're wasting time. You're wasting time. You're letting us down. You're wasting time. You're failing. And these voices keep at you for the length of the night. Until morning comes.
Yadir will kind of like sit up and he'll like kind of slowly like rub his head and rub his eyes. And he'll take a swig of it's like take a little sip of his water and just kind of like sit there. Is anybody else awake?
Everybody will slowly awaken from bad dreams during the night.
I think Moira gets up and just kind of takes her helmet off and goes off to smoke within sight of people, but not really talking.
Yadir will
Boone
kind of just like silently packing up his stuff.
Boone is going to be doing recon and scouting because he has gone into we're in enemy territory mode.
You spot the last vestiges of the glowing lights in the north. As the sun rises, they fade into the light. You can barely make out the last trails of it before it fades away entirely.
Foon, not Foon. Yadir will look over at the children, see how they're doing.
The children.
Miserable. They're not children, but anyway, Armin.
Comparatively, like they're 18, they're children. Like
Armand, he's sat up and he's sitting against the dune. He's just got his arms on his knees, and he's just sitting waiting for everybody else, but he's staring forward, looking miserable. Tula, before when she jolted up, she doesn't seem to be in any hurry right now. She's laying flat on her back in the sand, just staring up at the sky.
Yeah.
Yadir will go over to Hamish and goes, "Go see how well those two are doing.
Yeah.
You go see to Armin. I'll see to Tula."
Yeah. Hey, did you see that weird Borealis last night?
No, I had interesting dreams though.
Well, I'll go over to Armand and sit next to him.
So
Yeah.
before you go, he goes, what Borealis, just magnetic waves from the sun? I didn't think it'd be strong enough, it being so small."
I think they were life forms. Bioluminescent creatures high in the atmosphere. To the north.
You'll see Yadir again. He's got the wraps on, but you can almost see him almost scoff, as if like it seems like everything in this planet. He goes,
To
"Seems
the
like
north.
everything in this planet is coming from north."
Yep. That's where we're going. We need to get there. Because
Right.
I need a shower.
Yadir
Yeah.
shrugs. He goes, "Showering is not needed. What's needed is answers and some rest. I
Yeah.
hope we
And
can find
water.
that at least."
I think more water is needed.
Yes.
We still have 2 days worth. Just don't go through your rations.
Boone is gonna pout at him, but then go scan. Can't go through my rations. I can't make more tea. So many rules.
Make a recon check, phone.
Ooh, another one? Cool.
Yeah.
And apparently, we're only moderately awake.
For a brief moment. Oh, and you already made a recon check. I'm sorry. I thought you only made. I thought you didn't make one.
Oh, I did. I told you I
Yeah.
was going to.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
It's alright.
You think for
I've
a
done
moment.
two now that passed, right?
Yes. It's double plus good. You stare out at the desert to the north and you can see the mountains in the distance. You think for a moment that there is a dust cloud that kicks up behind one of the dunes in the far, far distance. You can't make out what's causing it, and it disappears again behind the dunes. But for a moment, something kicked up sand.
Is he able to spot anything else if he pulls up binoculars and looks?
That's what you would see with binoculars.
Oh, okay. So, there's something kicking up stand. He will go tell the others. He thinks it's something other than the rock creature following us.
It's still following us. Udir will like look at Foon when he says that, and he'll nod as he goes over to Tula, and he kind of kneels next to her, and he goes, "How are you? How are you feeling?"
You look down at her from above as she's lying on the sand. She has 2 small streams of blood coming out of her nose down her cheeks. When she looks at you, she's been staring at the sky, but she looks at you, and then she turns, rolls over, and pushes herself up slowly onto her feet. She looks over at you, and then back towards the north.
Are we going the wrong way for her?
Udir will kind of like put a hand on her shoulder, and I will. Let's see. I will use the like regeneration ability where I take people's damage and take it onto myself and to heal them.
Okay.
So let's see. Empathetic healing. There it is. All right. Yeah, I'm not gonna let this girl kill herself just for this shit.
Hamish, Armand
Maybe we
looks over at you in
Yeah.
the mask. Oh, wow. And
Oh yeah, there we go.
he looks at you through the mask.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just dreamed of my mom. It's fine. It's past.
Hey, it's. You need to talk.
I said it's
I
fine.
understand. Okay.
He
How you
stands
doing
up.
otherwise?
and Stands up. I just want to get off this planet. Done with
Not
this.
the only one. Wow.
He takes a few steps forward before he almost in shame, he rolls his shoulders forward, and then he looks back at you. Are you all right?
Yeah, this isn't what I'm used to. I want to get off this planet too. I wonder what we're getting into.
Nothing good.
Probably not.
I hope we're close.
Hopefully. I'm not sure Tula's doing well.
Yeah, dear, you will. It's a pressure headache for a while. It's unpleasant. The bleeding will stop from Tula's nose, but from the bags under her eyes, she still seems to be uncomfortable or in pain. Whatever's causing this is just going to keep happening. But maybe you take a little bit of it onto yourself for a little while. Without feeling like speaking too much, they'll wait for the rest of you to get ready to move further.
Yadir will still hold on to her. Will go. If you'd like, I can give you some of my energy. Help you focus more.
She stares at the north, and then she genuinely looks into your eyes, and she has a faraway look in her eyes, you dear. Not yet. We're gonna need it.
He just kind of like, again, he doesn't know clairvoyance, but he understands the nature of psionics and how it can affect people and like all that kind of stuff. So he just kind of, this is her, air quote, cross to bear. He can't really do anything other than what he can, sort of knocking her out. So he can only just like kind of help her when he can. But this is ultimately her journey. So he's just gonna nod, and he'll stay with her just in case if she needs help. But he'll just also help the others. And then when Foon tells him about that puff of sand smoke. He's gonna go. Roughly, where was it?
It would seem to be many miles to the north, towards the mountains.
Of course, it's toward the north.
Mhm.
Yadir will make note of that, and he'll tell the group. He goes, "Remember to be on your guard. There might still be predators out here.
Hmm.
Once everyone's
Yeah.
ready, we'll keep moving."
Let's go. Everybody hydrated, fed.
Oh, Foon will drink and stuff, but he's actually not eating as much as normal and going to be scanning around. Also, he's going to walk up to Yadir and suggest that we actually follow wherever the short and new bloody-nosed person needs to go.
He
Also known as
he looks
Tula.
at Tula, and he looks back at Finn and goes, "Both of our objectives are north, so for now at least, I will continue to lead. But I appreciate your concern for her. Once we get closer to our destination, it'll be a lot more exact to use her sense of where to go."
I'm just saying maybe we should be doing double time or moving out
I can only move as
quickly.
fast as our slowest member. I understand that she's hurt, but I could make the distance, but I'm not sure you could. And
I
not saying,
wouldn't
and he says
exactly
you,
call
he's
Tula
talking
the
to like,
slowest member. she's
No.
she's
oh no, he's not.
provoking it.
Yeah, he's not saying her either. He's saying just in general, he can
Yeah.
only carry the group as fast as our slowest
Right.
person.
Well, let's move as fast as we can. If something's kicking up dust, that means something's moving. And if it's moving, it might be leaving. We need to get there as quickly as possible.
Are the electronics working again?
Yes.
Yes. Hey,
Did I
Mara,
miss a
you-
check for comdots?
Moira's been working on it in the background. Has she picked up anything, or?
Still not yet. No.
All right, Moira just kind of looks at you guys with her pipe in her mouth. And just kind of shakes her head.
Okay. Well, let's head out
So we carry forth.
and carry forth.
The early morning fades away. Mid-morning is uneventful. The mountains, you think, might be getting closer, but it's hard to tell. You carry on further and further until you find yourselves in the late morning. Moira, you've been walking just non-stop since the early morning. You take a step forward once you find yourself in what seems to be a flatter plane of sand. But with that step, instinctively you step back. When you put any amount of pressure forward on that one step, it's like a cavern of sand opens up in front of you. You look down and you seem to be staring down at several stories of a building or some structure buried into the sand. You almost fell in, and the trigger of this sand dropping down all around you, it seems to open up pit holes and falls into the sand as you approach the mountains. You find yourself surrounded by these visible holes with no idea of how many more there might be hidden.
Dear, you got that rope handy?
Mm-hmm.
Yadir sees all the holes opening up, and he just kind of like, again, stops moving as he, he like again holds up everywhere to stop moving, and he goes, "Foon, is this roughly where you saw all of this happen?"
No, a little further.
Easier will kind of like look at everybody, goes, "Everybody form a line behind me. Follow exactly where my footsteps go."
Gwen's gonna take up the rear and try to check for anything following us still.
DM, what check would I make to avoid any of these like sinking pit holes?
Athletics or perception?
Okay.
Checks or
Although if anyone wants to take a look down in the holes, you're more than welcome
Yes.
to.
No, take a look. Hey, Moira, tell me you got D-Dot on you.
Oh yeah, of course. Moira pulls D-Dot out. Is D-Dot working?
Should be.
All right. Moira boots up the equipment and has D-Dot flying. It'll like 5 or so minutes.
All right.
Through
I'm gonna
your-
use there's no perception roll, so is it recon? Is that what you're saying?
Recon, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Moira, it's actually breathtaking. You fly D-Dot down into one of the shafts, and you can find windows or doors. Most of them are blocked by sand, but if you carry on, fly around and search around inside the buildings, you find streets. It's like a whole town has been buried under the sand here. All of it's, decrepit, broken down. But there seems to have been a civilization under your feet that's now just sand. Seems to
We're,
resemble the style that you saw back in the Haprahani nomad camp.
We're standing on a buried city, folks. It goes down pretty far. No way to tell if it's structurally sound for people with our weight to move around in, but I have a funny feeling that Rejhappur might have been a bit more hospitable at some point in the near past.
Yadir will kind of like contemplate. Goes. Unfortunately, we don't have time to excavate sites or explore them as much as I would like to. I believe that we have more pressing matters to attend to.
We just have to be
Good.
really careful where we walk because we might just fall inside, right?
Yeah, well, that's why Yadir is leading the group. If you just follow Yadir, you should be okay.
Alright.
Foon just rolled recon to check where to step and rolled doubled ones.
Roll an athletics check.
Oh, jeez.
You just had to
Wow.
follow the line, Foon.
Well, no, it's like Foon took 2 steps to follow after, and something opened up.
Yeah.
Foon turns around to watch everybody's backs and like tries to walk backwards and
Which
fucking
one
misses.
of athletics? Dexterity, strength?
Dexterity.
Dexterity. Okay.
It's never what you want, Foon.
I know
Nope, that's never what food
Dex
was.
is not a dump stat. So,
Okay.
as Foon is taking up the rear, you're
athletics
leading everybody
dex.
forward, and even as you're stepping, like you find yourself, you're standing on top of walls of buildings, and to the left and right of you, the sand will give way at the slightest touch of sand, and you'll find yourself walking narrow bridges over these gaps. All of you hear a slip as sand crashes down, and Foon, you for a moment go careening down into a building, but at the last moment you shoot your hand up and grab onto the ledge right before you drop. You look down and you seem to be 4 or 5 stories up from the bottom of this tower, and with one hand you're gripping onto the ledge.
Foon is gonna be like, I don't think that this place likes us. And try to pull himself up.
Oh, yeah,
In
help
fact,
Foon
I'm
up.
pretty sure it doesn't.
Huh. I can see where Foon's fell through, right? Helping him up.
Yes.
Pull up my tablet and do a quick sketch, because are there roads going straight, or is it a grid pattern?
Below you or the path you're walking?
Below it.
Below you, you can, especially with the D-Dot video that Moira took earlier, you can make out that there are streets down there. There were roads.
Okay.
You seem to be
correlate that-
standing basically at the top of the buildings.
Right. Correlate that to our current location so we can guess where the next street is and we won't bumble into it.
That's interesting. Make a navigation check.
Oh God. Oh wait, I think I have a 0 in that. Nope, I don't. Okay, that's gonna hurt. Let's see. That's what? Intelligence?
Yeah.
Nope.
It's a good idea, but from what you've seen and what you're sketching out, it doesn't make any sense to you, Hamish.
Hmm.
I mean, I could try to navigate.
I'm going to ask you for another athletics or what did I have you roll before? Athletics or
Recon.
perception? Yeah, recon.
Yeah.
All right,
I'll
recon
flip-
it is, baby.
As you continue
I'll
to
flip
guide
my
us through.
findings over to Moira.
You're ridiculous.
Okay, Moira-
I am made for the sand.
Jesus.
You pass through again. Everybody's following you, deer, and like I said, there are times when you're walking on maybe a foot or two wide path. On either side, the sand gives way and falls down, filling up the empty husks of buildings below. It's nerve-wracking. But everybody can follow in Yadir's footsteps and carefully make your way through. Like Yadir, you'll step forward, each careful step poking at the sand, feeling around, and sometimes you'll step forward and the sand will give way under your foot, and you'll have to turn and continue on a different path. Let me see one more of those, please.
I was
Can we-
tempting fate.
Tie a rope to Yadir, so since he's lead.
Unfortunately, not necessary.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Our desert boy, Faust. Can't beat our desert boy.
No, our desert boy doing
No,
desert boy
no.
stuff.
Our desert boy can't be beaten. Do not tempt God.
Well, not this
Yeah, we just
instance, at least.
All water.
So this whole trek, moving at the snail's pace that you're forced to go, takes about 2, maybe 3 hours. But eventually, dear, you come back to what seems to be solid sand under your feet. And if you look backwards, you can see holes in the desert. Dozens, like 100 holes behind you, dotting the landscape. When the next sandstorm comes, those holes will be filled back up, covered over again. Armin just kind of like collapses on the sand once we get to solid ground. Just stares back at it. That was nuts.
Super
that was
sad that
insane.
we can't I'm super sad we can't explore that shit because Tooth is dying. But really wanted to explore that shit.
Hmm. That would have
Yeah.
been great, but yeah, we can't.
I was making sad DM noises I made a whole thing for that.
No, I didn't. Anyway.
Oh wait, so that means we should jump down there right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do it. Do a flip.
Go explore. Parkour.
It turns out it's just it's an orb of disintegration. We just die instantly.
Well, everybody can stop, gather their wits, take a break, and then continue on. The mountains draw closer now. You feel that you may reach it by the end of the day if you carry on at a good pace. And Tula is determined to make it there. At around midday, everybody make a perception check. Recon.
Hope for something better than the last roll for me.
Hmm.
Okay.
Where am I?
LeBlanc and Yadir, as you are moving at the front of the group, you climb on top of one of the dunes facing the mountain, and you look out, and there is actually a sand cloud that you see, the one that Foon reported in the morning. It's close now. It's moving among the dunes, and it's moving in straight patterns, or not patterns, more like it's moving in a line. It's kicking up sand behind it, reminiscent of maybe a vehicle almost, although you can't see what it is. If you
So it's something like coming towards us.
here, let me reword that. If you stare at it long enough from the top of the dune, passing between the dunes, for a brief moment, especially, the two of you stare at it, you make out what seems to be some kind of land vehicle, like a truck of some sorts, is passing around the dunes, close to the mountains. It's not far off from you, and honestly, you seem to have spotted it first. It doesn't look like the gravcraft that Paul Runt took. This seems to be some kind of almost hastily thrown together vehicle, or ran down, rusted. It disappeared behind the dunes, but you can still see the sand cloud it kicks up.
At our present location, is there a chance we could intercept it?
You could position yourself to do that.
All right. Edir will look back at the other and goes, there's some sort of ramshackled craft weaving its way through the dunes. If we move now, we could possibly intercept it. It does not seem to be the Runt's craft.
Okay, who else? It's not security, is it?
It didn't look it. It looks hastily built together by itself.
How?
Huh. Well, let's go.
Right behind you.
Edir will nod, and I guess we'll start making our way to intercept.
Okay.
Can we try to make this a sneaky intercept? For no other reason than to be sneaky?
You trying to roll stealth, or?
Yeah.
It's up to you, not me.
Sure.
Foon wants to be stealthy.
All right. I can if you want to lead a task chain or something like that, then I can contribute to it. But I can't say I'll be helpful.
Okay.
All right. I'll roll into the task chain then. Hang on.
Do I need to start it or do I end it? I always forget.
Well,
You end it if you're
technically,
leading it.
Shouldn't LeBlanc lead it just for like? I'm totally
Yeah.
fine with you leading it too, but his +7's kind of stupid.
True.
Mm.
True.
Yeah,
I forgot.
so
Do I have any pluses with my the armor that we got?
Like, no matter what, you'll still get the roll if you're looking to get XP on it. But I'm just pointing it out.
yeah, LeBlanc has a much higher chance of like capping this ability off with his ability. So I'd think that he
Cool.
lead it, and then everybody else just rolls.
Okay.
Anybody who got the camo should have a +3.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah. So I
Oh,
think
cool.
I got camo, right?
Yeah, we
I
all
yeah, we all did.
We all got
Cool. We
we
camo,
bought
so I have a
yeah, we
plus
bought
3.
7 sets. Yeah.
All right, so
Yeah, apparently I'm really good at helping.
You
Just
can
a
add
+1, but
plus
still.
2.
I already added mine, so my +3 into my plus. So that +5 is a +2 +3. So
Yeah, I don't think you guys can fail hard enough to lose that anymore.
Oh, and again, task chains make so much more sense when it's the +1 -1 based on how they help.
Yeah.
And now here,
Oh,
and then here comes fucking LeBlanc with his.
If you roll 2 1s, fuck.
That was Hamish.
Hamish
well,
too.
No.
isn't it
Hey-
like, what do I have, a +5 at this point?
So
Hamish,
you
really
have
a
your
plus
normal
7?
stealth.
Oh
and-
wait, you got
yeah,
your
so
plus 3.
Yeah.
so LeBlanc has his normal stealth, and then he also has an additional +3 on top of that.
It honestly
Yeah.
doesn't even matter anymore.
We
So-
all rolled so well.
I just want to see the
Jesus.
number. God.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. That's you guys are hobbitses.
Ghosts in the deserts.
Yeah. You guys have been doing this for a little while now. So you pass among the dunes like freaking ghosts, man. And you make your way closer and closer to this truck. you put yourself up on the dune where it circles back around, and you can see it coming from a little ways away. If you take a look at it, here's something you didn't expect to see out here. The driver seems to be a black-haired Vargur. In the passenger and back seats, there are 3 humans, and they seem to be wearing uh, battered, aged, environmentally worn environment suits of sorts. Although you can see like their helmets have cracks in them. There's patches in the suits. Looks like they've been out here for a while. And their truck, what might have been a respectable vehicle, is now worn by the environment. You think these guys have been out here for a while. And you're not sure what they're doing. I mean, to be honest, it looks like they're just taking a joyride out in the desert.
Do they look healthy?
For the most part.
Or do they look like really thirsty,
They look dirty. They look unkempt. But they're not moving in any urgent way. Like I said, it seems like they're just doing donuts out in the sand.
Just a couple of good old boys. Just...
Yeah, Vargur is driving a truck around with a couple of humans doing donuts out in the desert.
Mhm.
The Vloggers
Okay.
are their puppies, right?
Indeed,
Yep,
yes.
those are dogs.
And they're
Just
on the
like
complete
wolf.
opposite side of the galaxy from you. The known
Yeah.
galaxy.
This food is gonna be like hiss.
Mm.
What
I'm
the hell
hissing
are
at
they
them.
doing, Harmon says.
Looks like they
Oh,
are just
no.
They're doing
enjoying
donuts.
themselves.
I think
Roughly
we
how far
should
away are
knock
they
them
from you?
out and steal their truck, and then we can
They're
move
coming along
faster.
the under the dune. They'll be there in not too long, a little while.
All
You-
right.
I
They're
think
just
we can
out
take
having.
them.
If they're just
Let's
out
see, when
having
they were
fun
within
like this,
500
they're probably
meters-
not dangerous.
When they're within
But-
500 meters, I'm going to resurface thoughts on the driver.
Alright.
Which is going to
This
be
is
about
so fun.
driving.
Fuck you.
Yeah, that's, I'm assuming I'm just here like he's just like, God, I love doing this. Ah, the wind. Ah, it's nice. Ah.
Bone, bone, bone.
Ball, 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 ball.
Find a bone, find a bone, find a bone.
Oh my God, a Vargar archaeologist. That'd be funny as shit.
Stop chewing on history.
Yes, I'm chewing on history. I'm just trying to find bones. All right, but yeah, when he's in range, I'll conduct my
Yeah, go for it.
mind read. There you go.
Thankfully, Galanglik, Yadir. Find them. Find the path they took. Find it. Find it. Find them. Find them. Find them.
Uh-oh.
Find them. Find them.
Uh-oh. That's
Violently.
yeah. So Yadir will say in his comms is that he's looking for someone or something, and he seems very passionate about it. If you want, if Yadir goes, I can step out and see what they react. The rest of you hold here and hold your fire with your rifle, with your weapons.
So he's looking for someone else.
We don't know.
I'll pop out my binoculars and check around us to see if I can see traces of anyone else.
Or
Make a recon
maybe
check.
see if they're, and I'll check my binos to see if those guys on the truck are armed, or if the truck is armed in itself.
Okay.
Let's see. Recon.
They do appear to be armed. Disturbingly, each one of them seems to have something akin to an advanced combat rifle.
Woo.
Eesh. Is the
Damage.
truck armed? Is it like a technical or a Dishko on it?
You think it might have been at one point. However, either they pulled it off or cut it off. The mounted gun from the back has actually been removed.
Oh.
Are they? So they're armed. The truck is sort of armored, and I guess I'm trying to figure out if there's anything else that shows that they're probably nefarious, evil people.
Besides it being a dog.
Foon has already made his judgment. I have not, but Foon has.
And he probably drinks and likes Jahi too.
Yes. So.
So you're looking for signs of hostility, Foon?
I'm looking for signs that, of hostility or things that make them evil.
I don't know what that means, but I'm gonna go ahead and say that you can't tell. Hamish,
I can't tell.
you're looking around for, something that they're not seeing from the top of the dune. You don't really make anything out.
No other tracks or.
Not out here, and honestly, they're kind of running a fool's errand looking for tracks in a shifting desert.
I think we should knock them unconscious and steal their equipment.
He goes, like, let's see what their intentions are first. If you all want to prepare an ambush in case things go bad, I can go try to talk to them.
Good God,
Okay.
And Mora goes and finds a firing position on a dune where she can't be seen and starts to aim.
Yadir will go ahead and like slowly get up and start like walking out towards the not immediate straight lines, that way the group doesn't get spotted, but like kind of like out as if he was just walking. And then when he sees when he's more in the open, he'll kind of like raise a hand up towards the truck.
The Vargur, as he passes by, you step out into the open, and it's almost comical. The truck does about 4 or 5 donuts. It's almost like whipping around to look at you, but he keeps spinning a few more times than necessary before turning the truck back to face you. And then you see a woman in the passenger seat. She lifts up an advanced combat rifle and aims it up at you. And the other two sit back in the back seat, monitoring the situation. And the Vargur stands up with the rifle on his shoulder. You stand in the nation of Kazag. How cometh you to our lands?
Yadir kind of like, he has both of his hands up in a non-threatening stance. Like he's not like straight up in the air, but just like, kind of like at a half rest. And he goes, he like kind of like tilts his head. Have we heard of these before? The nation of Kazag and all that kind of stuff?
You're not sure if he's referring to himself or someone else, but no, you have not.
Okay. Yadir goes, forgive me. I did not know that I crossed into a border of some nation. Who do I have the pleasure of speaking with?
I am Bulzog, Lieutenant of Kazag, future Duke of this land, once the Empire is established anyway. Who are you?
Yadir kind of just nods and is like, oh, okay. He goes, I am John Smith, a traveler.
Bullshit! One of the men calls from the back of the truck.
He goes, and Yadir continues to speak as if he was interrupted. I've wandered these sands and dunes for many days now. I was wondering if you could be of assistance, or at the very least you knew what was north of here.
He barks out a laugh. Ha ha! The meat on your bones could assist my hunger. Your blood could assist my thirst.
Yadir kind of nods. He goes, well, let's hope that cannibalism is not on the course today.
Amen,
if it is,
amen.
Yeah. I'm. By the way, I hope everybody's got their scopes up and shit. He goes, Yadir kind of goes, trust me, friend. Violence is not what I'm after.
Make a persuasion check. Or
Okay.
You're speaking to a future duke, maybe diplomacy if you feel like it.
Yeah,
Persuasion
I
or
think
diplomacy.
persuasion's What's better for me? I have a Diplo of that. What's my persuasion?
Diplo's more fun though. Come on.
Okay, it's the same either way. Faust, in your professional godly opinion, what would be easier to persuade this man as a person, or to be more diplomatic in his like regal status?
Vargr, since they're a fairly common major race, they are a pack species. The stronger one gains respect, and everyone is expected to follow the strongest. Honestly, talking in any way is not a good way of approaching Vargr, but it's better than maybe killing each other. So take your pick.
Okay. I'll try to appease more to like since he said that he was like next in line for his dukedom. I'll use diplomacy then. Ah, there it is. It happened to happen. We were rolling hot as shit tonight. There it goes.
Yadir, you're standing at the top of the dune, and all of a sudden he whips his advanced combat rifle down off his shoulder. He points it up at the top of the dune, and then a blast fires out in your direction. It whizzes about 2 feet to the left of your head out into the sky, and he barks out at you. You're a fool and a miscreant in Khazar's land. Your blood is not even fit for raising his garden.
Yadir kind of immediately will activate the laser gauntlet on his wrist and point it, and I'll attempt to shoot the laser at the combat rifle in his hands.
Difficult shot. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. As soon as Yadir fires, the aim shots are going off.
No.
Jeez.
Hold on. Don't shoot
really?
yet.
How are they supposed to know? How are they supposed to know?
Ooh.
That's fair. That's fair. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I mean, do what y'all are gonna do, but like
Are
Yadir's
their
still trying to
combats
be
working
semi-diplomatic, but
They are working
Y'all are
again.
more than welcome.
It's up to you. If you want to say something before you do this, Yadir, it's up to you.
So Yadir's gonna just say just real quick. He's like, hold your fire as he like fires one shot, and if it works, y'all will clearly tell it's like it's gotten bad enough where it's like, please help. But we'll see what happens. Probably not good enough.
No, it's not good enough. Your laser shot hits off the side of the truck, and
Yadir will then he'll yell out. Oh, sorry.
The 3 humans, once the shot is fired, will hop out of the truck and start taking cover around the truck to return fire at you. And the Vargr, a very bold lad, mind you, he's still standing on top of the driver's seat, and he's screaming up at you. If you kneel, beg forgiveness, and then lick my boots, I may take you before Khazar so that you can plead for his mercy before he eats you.
Yadir, he's in a kneeling position. He's got like one hand on his arms as like a support for the laser gauntlet. He's gonna yell back. He's gonna be like, so if it's die by your hand or die by your master, the willingness to taste leather on my tongue is not appealing.
Well, I don't think negotiations are going to continue any further than that. So how about we roll a little bit of initiative?
Go ahead, and everybody else start opening fire.
So we've been
Okay, so-
aiming for.
yeah.
Oh
however
God,
long
fucking
this
damn
is.
it, no!
Oh yeah, buddy. I got a +6 to this attack. So
Oh yeah, and he rolled double boxcar, like double snake eyes on his initiative roll.
Oh wait, we need to roll initiative, right?
Yes, that's
we do,
correct.
yes.
Oh my God, Bullzog, no!
Bullsog, no. Anybody but Bullsog.
You were the chosen one.
What a name, dude.
All right, okay.
Oh God.
LeBlanc. We'll call that Moira Yadir. or no, LeBlanc, Foon, Moira, Yadir, and then Hamish, and then.
Oh, don't forget the 2 kids. If they want to get in this, they've been given weapons, so if they want to fight, they can.
No, I'm good.
Yeah, they'd be using the same thing
Okay.
as Foon, I
You'll-
think. 'cause-
Armin will pull Tula down behind a dune and keep her head down. Okay, I'm sorry. LeBlanc, go ahead and do what you're gonna do, man.
Just
How far away are
snipe,
we?
snipe, snipe.
What's the distance?
Let's call it, if you're on the top of the dune, maybe 40 meters.
Oh.
Okay, 40 meters, minus
Oh,
2.
no.
Okay. There we are.
40 meters is a -2 shot?
Yeah.
My phaser, yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
phaser.
okay. You have a phaser.
What is it
Okay, I was
for,
about to say, like.
Assault rifle. It says my range is 20, so that would make it -2 as well, right?
No,
How
the
far is
ranges
20?
are all messed up in Traveler.
20
Okay.
meters to feet. That's
Okay, so
65.
20
range.
That's 65.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a
for
60. That's like a 60-foot shot,
Yeah.
Let's call it 30
Which is-
meters and be fair.
which is
about
like super close, by the way.
Yeah.
Is it?
Assault rifle's 20? What? No, that can't be
It
right.
says 20 on what I have written down.
Well, that's
Oh, well.
not
It's
LeBlanc, go ahead and make your shot first.
okay.
Let's see, assault rifle is
Slash
200
RTD.
meters.
200. Okay, I'm missing a
Yeah,
zero.
that's what I say.
Okay, let's go
Thank
back
you.
to 40 meters. Call that 40 meters. You're standing at the top of the dune looking down at him. Oh my fucking god.
What the fuck did you just roll?
He rolled his attack and then the +6 for aiming. That's really gross, dude. That screaming in the song is me.
That's disgusting.
Roll
Yeah,
the
I guess I
damage,
was-
please. And are you shooting? Who are you
Okay.
shooting?
The guy that was talking.
No, he's not in cover. Go ahead.
3d6.
Prepare to get
plus
Tuscan Raidered,
8
asshole.
plus 14.
Oh, God.
It's what's happening. We are.
So it's the damage. It's 8. What's 22 minus 8? I'm being dumb.
22 minus 8.
14.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's
I counted
14 and
on
then
my
18 damage.
Oh, actually, that should be 3d6, not 2d6.
Yeah.
Roll another d6. 6. Yep. Yeah.
24.
Okay. All right, LeBlanc. All right.
There
Okay,
goes
bro.
his head.
Yeah, dude. What did you shoot him with?
Laser pistol.
Just a laser pistol?
Oh,
All right. Okay. He's screaming up at you, Yadir. He's calling you all sorts of all manner of coward and pussy. And then yeah, out from the dune, in the distance, a laser shot flies down. Like the beam passes straight through the side of his forehead as he's standing on top of the chair. And for a moment, he's just standing there. And everybody, his crew, is like looking up at him, staring wide-eyed at him. And then he tips over to the left and falls out of the truck and face plants right down into the sand, dead.
Oh, there goes my aim.
So Foon was aiming at the person with the gun that was behind him. So I still have aim, I think.
They are in shock. They have just seen this, and it is your turn, Foon.
And like I said, I was aiming at the one with the weapon
Yes.
previously that had been threatening.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's gonna go as well as Todd's. It did not, but
It hits, but that's +3.
it's +3. Okay. 2 +3. Okay. This is my damage.
Okay.
More normal numbers now.
As one is crouching behind watching their fearless leader get his brain melted, You fire down with the assault rifle, and the shot hits one of the men in the back with with a shot in the leg. He falls onto the sand and starts screaming. They seem to be rapidly losing the will to fight. Moira, would you like to take your turn?
Yeah, so Moira seeing this and losing her aim as the Varger just kind of falls over, she kind of cups her mouth with her hands and screams out, "Look, it's been less than 10 seconds and you're already crippled of 2 people with one of them dead. Just drop your weapons and walk away from the vehicle and we won't shoot any more of you."
That's a
Wanna make a
pretty
carouse
easy. That's pretty easy. Persuader carouse check with a boon.
Okay, I'll do a carouse because my persuade is, yeah, it's the same thing, and I want the bonus to carouse for later.
Blanc, you freaking. You dear, why did you have to
Dog,
fail
take out
that
the leader.
check?
I'm sorry.
I
We
know.
were rolling hot all night. Like I tried.
Oh my god.
Oof, and then
Oh.
boxcars.
God, Moira.
They
15, sorry, dude.
you
Wait,
see the woman. She watched the Varger get his brain melted and the man behind her get shot. She stands up and like takes a few steps out quickly and like throws her advanced combat rifle forward onto the dirt and then drops onto her knees and puts her hands up. And she's like, "We're sorry. We're sorry. Look, just stop shooting, please." And the man back there, he's like, he literally like grits his teeth and spits in the sand, but then he grudgingly throws his combat rifle down into the sand too.
Okay, Moira calls out, "All right, I'm coming out. We still have people behind the dunes. Make sure you walk 10 full paces from the vehicle, and don't move after that. Get out down on your knees like she is."
I'll make. Damn it.
Yeah, Yadir still has his like laser gauntlet out, and he's gonna start advancing forward.
Yeah.
You
Uh,
quickly
he's gonna,
surround the
like-
truck.
Yeah, he's gonna like pick up the weapons, and then
I'll
he's
head
going
down
to-
fast.
I was gonna say like he's gonna look at what was his name, Bullrog.
Bullzog.
Bullsog, he's gone.
He
Yeah,
dead.
He's gonna check him. Yeah, his brain's looking through his ears.
Yeah, he really is. That's
Flash
goddamn.
fried. I'll check
Yeah,
the
so-
other one. What assistance do they need?
He got shot in the leg, so he's got a bullet in his leg.
Okay.
Sorry for killing your guy, buddy.
The Moira, you approach, and the woman looks up. She's like, look, I don't want to be out here. I don't want to be doing this. Don't kill me, please. Whatever you want in the truck, just take it."
I think Moira goes over and begins searching through it, just trying to find anything of use. More weapons, any kind of ammunition, food, supplies.
Oh, they have ammunition for their combat rifles. They have food and water that'll last you about a day.
All right, she kind of looks over at them. How did you get on the planet, and how are you leaving?
I'll tell you everything. Just listen, okay? Kazarg was our captain. We're merchants. Oh, we were. The Scotians, they hired us months ago. They wanted us to come down against Scotian law. They paid us to meet them here. We were supposed to get something from them. I don't know why, but they seem to have changed their mind. They shot our ship, they scuttled us, left us in a valley. We've been here ever since. And they left us here to die. We're just trying to survive out here. We're just trying to go home.
Good God. All right,
Who were they
look,
looking for?
I'm gonna be real honest before you keep talking. Next time when you're trying to get help and leave, don't open up by screaming at people who walk out to talk to you.
Bullzog was the leader. You know, Varga, we can't go
Was.
against that.
Was, yep.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But like you're with your 2 friends, one of who is now crippled, and I'm debating about how much water and food we're gonna leave you with, or even if we're gonna leave you with this vehicle. So
Okay.
please continue.
Foon is gonna message her and go, none.
Well, I'm treating the wounded one.
Yeah, no, I presumed you were. Like, I'm not trying to stop you. He's just,
Yeah.
like, Moira's just very mad and talking to the woman.
And Foon is like, no, we killed them all.
If you want. I don't know how Kazar's gonna take it, but we could show you to our camp. I'm not saying it'll go well for you, but we're in the mountains to the north.
Of course.
Just if you don't want to do that, just take the truck. Just leave us, please. Don't kill the rest of us.
I can give you a bit of water, a bit of food. We can let you wander back to your encampment. But I'm actually more interested in things like maps. Do you have maps, current ones of the area, stuff that we can go off of, communications from them, anything?
All of that would be at our camp. Our electronics died weeks ago.
Storm. So that storm occurs regularly, is it?
You mean the magnetic storm?
Yeah.
It happens every now and then.
That's good to know. Wait here if you can, and please don't move. And Moira kind of signals over to the other people while gathering up their rifles and handing them out each to one person.
We're
I
taking
don't-
the truck, right?
Of course we're taking the truck, but like
Of course we're taking the truck.
my question is, I don't feel comfortable just killing these people. Like,
Well, no, I just put one of them back together. You're not killing them.
my God, she just kind of glances over at Foon and sends like a bunch of mad faces in the message back.
Is like,
It's not
No.
worth arguing with Yadar over.
fine.
I think
No
at this
more
point-
people joining the group, though.
No,
Then-
we're not taking them home.
And quite frankly, if they have a base this close by, I don't even want to leave them with their water. Just give them the food, and they can wander back.
Yeah, we'll take that. Need to find out if they know where, because they may have seen that skimmer or something going through.
Yeah, I feel like we'll find out more if we go to their camp, but I don't really know
Yeah,
how we're
it's
going to
risky.
explain the
Well, it's-
put a hole in the
Huh.
burger.
Hey, what kind of ship were you?
We were just a merchant.
What kind of ship? Car trader?
No, we had about 25 crew. It was a large
Holy
ship.
moly.
We've mostly we mostly pulled it apart and made a base out of it.
Hmm.
Do you? I don't have any right to ask this, but do you have a way off this planet?
Not yet.
I will give you anything. Just get us off. Get me off. Get me off this planet.
no. Oh, I still agree with you there.
Look,
Okay.
the problem for us is going into your camp is going to be more than a little bit suspicious. You going back without your Varga friend is going to be more than a little bit suspicious. So I don't know
Maybe-
how we're going to be able to use you.
maybe he could help you.
How we can even send you in.
What are you here for? Why are you here?
Don't tell them.
We're not
Boone is like
looking
talking
for...
until they calm down and still is in his little thing crouched and aiming at them.
Woman is
What
desperate.
we're looking for is our business. And at this moment, you've already given us enough information for us to act. You go back and do your thing, and just tell your boss that it'd be a bad idea to come after us.
Yeah.
You watched what our friend did to the side of your friend's head.
Ask them if they possibly. I'll whisper through the comm dot. Do we want to ask them what they were smuggling?
Mhm.
If you don't mind me asking before we leave you, and we send you back to where you're going, what was on your ship?
The gears turn in her mind. She is kneeling in the sand, but she lowers her hands and turns towards you. Kazarg, he still has strength. We still have people. If you're looking for something like that, we could help. All we want is just to get off this planet. If you could just... If you could help us, maybe we could help you.
Yeah, we'll think about it. And Moira kind of starts to back up, keeping them within view, kind of thing. Jumps into the vehicle and glances over at LeBlanc. You driving, sir?
Absolutely.
You realize,
So-
Moira,
Go for it.
they were hired by the Scotians. They're witnesses in the trial.
As we're sitting in the car, kind of looking back at them, Moira kind of like primes one of the
Hostages.
advanced combat rifles and looks over at you guys. I have no problem taking them with us, but it's gonna eat away at our supplies.
I know.
Not if we don't feed them.
We're close.
I'm not gonna starve.
You hear Tula
I'm
say
not
from
gonna
the back of the truck.
No.
I'm not gonna starve people. Foon.
Oh,
They're not people.
they're.
I think we send them back. I understand what your concerns are, but if that's the path we're gonna take, and Moira just kind of glances away, I'm not gonna be the one to pull the trigger.
No.
Okay,
Yadir
Does
will
he
be
have a
like,
problem?
Yadir
No.
will kind of like pipe up and goes, I don't believe it's best for us to start killing those people. They're stranded, just like us. Perhaps there was some
I
way
know-
we could help them. But not right now.
Ask
Right
them if
now
they
we
like
have.
tea.
Yadir will kind of look over at the other people that we've just. Would any of you like tea?
I could go for a cup, Armin says. Chipper from the back of the truck.
He kind of looks back at Armin, just like, in a minute, as he then looks over at the other two people or the three people and goes, "Before we send you on your way, would you like some tea?"
What?
Yadir kind of like he holds a hand up and he goes, "Yes or no? Would you like tea?"
Hamish is sitting in the back and just like slowly nodding his head in a yes fashion.
Yes?
Yadir goes. He kind of nods his head and then he goes over to.
Foon's gonna pop out. Good
Goes
answer.
He's gonna go over to Foon and just like. Why does this feel like the coin toss scene from No Old Men? It's like tea or no tea.
old men. It's like what's
Yeah.
about to happen.
It's like tea or no tea, heads or tails.
I literally
which
just
one do
flipped
you-
the coin.
So yeah, Yadir goes, all right, Foon, get them some tea. We'll be on our way.
Foon is gonna give them tea and make Moira be like, "Wait, do we do business cards to people like this? I know that I don't have to like them to serve them tea."
Foon, absolutely not. This is like the one instance where we're not giving out business cards.
Aw, sadness.
Well, as you, I guess, hand tea packets to this poor woman and take her truck, she begs for you to help her and the crew that she's with. You
Yadir
maybe
will-
decide to leave her behind, but
So actually, before we go up though, Yadir will be. Can you give us the coordinates to your ship?
Kazark will kill me if he finds out.
It sounds like you'll die if you stay on this planet.
Do you have a map?
Once we're done,
Yeah.
he pulls out like a little scanner. He has a little like data map.
She stares at it for a moment. Here,
We
the entrance to the valley.
Yadir nods and goes, once we're finished with our quest, and once my people are safe, then we can help you. We'll try to get you off this planet. I promise you that.
Please, for the love of
I'm
God,
sorry.
get us off this planet.
He nods, and he'll go back to the group and goes,
You
once we're
think they
done,
would
we have to
pay
help
get
them.
off the planet.
You do.
Because then if we
You
get
do
more
ha-
paying,
You do have a way to get off the planet. Once you acquire the goods, you can contact the
Mhm.
client who will send something down. It's a risky
The
bid. That's
the
why you.
comm-
Yeah.
Yeah, the comm mystic, right?
Yeah, it's risky
Yeah,
to do so, but if you have succeeded in your mission, they're willing to risk it.
Mhm.
So, as we make this choice, and we prepare to carry on into the mountains where Tula says that we're close. Let's stop here for the night.
Sounds good.
Oh, like done with the session.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh shit! All right.
We're
Boasting
at,
games
we're 5
against
hours.
combat rifles, baby.
Yeah.
Oh,
my
shit.
god, dude.
5 hours?
Oh,
Oh,
those
crap.
things. Yeah, man,
It
it
just
flew.
doesn't
It flew
feel
this
like
time.
it flew.
Yeah.
Oh my god, guys, 450 meters. Oh, it shoots so far. It's got out of 3.
Mhm.
So we
Oh,
got
yeah,
these
like-
new guns, right?
You can
Yeah,
pick up
there
4
are
of
4
them.
advanced combat rifles that can be
And
spread
you've got,
around.
like,
I don't think it really
Nice.
shoots much. So
Like, call it like an extra mag for each.
excellent.
Yeah. I like how I can make Foon just flip from wanting to kill them to serving them tea. It's always fun.
Yeah, like I said, like that was straight up just like the heads or tails. Your call.
Awesome. Well, hey guys, welcome back to Traveler.
Yes.
Hi.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
it
been
was a lot of
great.
fun, man. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
I enjoy our little desert excursion into this godforsaken land.
Godforsaken hellhole, yeah.
Yes, I am the lawful good character. I'm sorry.
No, it's good. I just love it. Right at the end, you made that promise, and my true neutral character is just like, all right, well, we got to get these people off the planet now.
Great.
Great.
Fucking LeBlanc pulling a goddamn Indiana Jones, like sword twirl, fucking just shoot him.
Yeah, dude,
We'll
you
just
gotta.
kill them really fast.
You're gross, man.
that was gnarly. That's so much damage.
No
With a
future
pistol,
dukedom for
too.
Balzog.
No more.
Yeah, fucking. It's just like, the fact he like Faust sounds so sad. You're like, not balls on.
Well, you know what? I haven't really had the chance to be a Varger before, and kind of yelling at you like that felt kind of good. So, like, I don't know if you noticed me laughing because I was talking mad shit.
Yeah, no, it's great.
It's just that, yeah, either come down here and like beg for life, and then my master will kill you. Lick my boot. You're like, so die by you or die by your master.
I realized if I was trying to convince you to go talk to Kazark, I wasn't doing it in the right way. But you know, no takebacks.
Take back this.
Too fun. I get it.
It was
I want to
awesome.
play a Varger one time though. They seem really cool.
You could be really fun. You could have a lot of fun with them.
Yeah, they're tiny little wolf people, but they're just cool.
They're
Little
not
pirate
tiny.
people.
Certainly not. They're
No,
pretty big.
they're shorter than people.
They are.
They're like, I
Yeah,
think
if
5
you look at
Yeah.
the height chart, they're like on average 5 feet tall.
Oh,
Yeah, they're
I
shorter
didn't know
than-
that.
Yeah,
Weird.
little
Yeah,
scrappers. I love it.
yeah.
They're
Aslan are
little
like
tiny
7, like
things.
6 to 7 feet tall. Humans are 5 to 6, and Vulgar are around like 5 to 5.5.
Oh man. Well, guys, that was a ton of fun. I have to
Yes.
run to
Had a good
dinner.
time.
So thank you
Okay.
guys for coming back, and we will pick
Yes.
this up next
Thank
time.
you.